Okay, with that, we're back from our closed session. City Attorney, do we have any reportable action from the closed session?
No reportable action.
With that, we will adjourn our Selma City Council special meeting, take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back to get ready to roll for our Selma City Council regular meeting in 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Are we all set, City Clerk? All right, with that we will start our Selma City Council regular meeting. It's August 19, 2024, 6 p.m. Good evening. Good to see everybody. We are in the Selma City Council chambers. It's 1710 Tucker Street in Selma, California, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press star 9 to raise your hand and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's invocation is from Pastor Kaliopano from the Christ Driven Church. Welcome, Pastor.
Check 1, 2. Awesome. Well, hello, Mayor, Council. It's good to see everybody again. Sorry it's been such a long time. Just, ministry, it's just crazy busy. But Pastor says hello and hopes you're all doing well. Chiefs, it's good to see you guys. All right, everyone. I hope this is all right. But I would like to ask, and if you're able, you do not have to, but if you would please stand with me as we pray and honor our God. Dear Lord, first off, Father, we say with this time that you've given us that we are thankful. We are thankful, Lord, for all that we have. And we say, Lord, with this time, we pray, you are the exalted King, the righteous judge, a perfect God, and in every way should be Lord of all. Lord of all or not Lord at all. So, Lord, with that said, Father, we pray, the favor of your hand upon this city, the favor of your hand upon the decisions of this council and our mayor. We love you, Lord. We know, Lord God, that you're in the heart of all of us here. So we pray, Lord, your discernment, as you gently nudge us, Father, in the right direction. With our free will, God, we choose you. So above all things, for the city and for our council and for every person here, we pray your will to be done. If your will, Lord, is to teach us, to take us through the trial, we say let it come. But if your will, Father, is to raise us up in glory in a mighty way for the next challenge, we say let it come. In your name, we say amen. God bless
Everybody
you all.
please
Thank
stay
you so
standing.
much.
Andy, let's do the flag salute. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. Here. Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code, Section 54954.2B. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes and to direct their comments at the city council only. Anyone have anything they would like to say at this time?
Hello? Okay, yes, my name is Robert Cortez. Recently on Valley View, you did some construction on some piping through McCall Avenue to Todd Street. Now, the company has finished that job, I assume, because I haven't seen them in a couple of weeks, but they left some barriers on McCall Avenue. And it's not too bad on Todd Street because they have a left and right on McCall. But at the corner of Valley View and McCall, on McCall, there's two barriers cutting off the street, and they just left like a keyhole. So you got cars coming from the north and south into the keyhole. They should need to take them out and put them to the side. because they're not really necessary, because I haven't seen any construction in a couple of weeks. And I don't know when they're going back, but they don't need to be there, okay? Because you got people going through there, like cars and bikes. Now, today I was going through there and I went to the center, and here comes a car comes from Kingsburg this way north to the town, and he almost hit me. So it's kind of like a hazard. Then I think it would be good for you to take those two barriers out because they're blocking the south and north street. You can't have just a barrier. That's the only place they have that. Now, it's okay on Valley View. It's okay on Todd Street near McCall because you have a two-way. In other words, they cut the two-way to a single. So they need to move those to the side because they're not necessary. Okay, and you got a lot of cars going through there in the morning, and you have a lot of cars going through, especially about 3 o'clock onward to 5. You got a lot of cars going in there, and they have to wait until the other guy goes in there. So I don't know whose idea it was, whether the company to leave them there, but they need to take them out. Maybe they forgot, who knows? But it needs to be taken out because it could cause a hazard. And people leaving town, they drive fast through there, okay? So someday, somebody's gonna hit somebody else someday because there's a keyhole, okay? So that needs to be taken out. And I hope you can do that because it's kind of like a hazard. And it's not necessary to have them there. I don't know why the company left them there, okay? That's my thing there. So they need to pull them to the side of the road. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. I see the deputy city manager was writing that down about barriers at Valley View and McCall.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'll get with the city engineer and the public works director as well to find out if we can, if those, the gentleman is right, the contractor demobilized temporarily on that project as we work through some issues with Cal Water. But I'll get with our staff to see if we can remove those temporarily in the meantime.
Thank you. Always recommend all bike riders to wear helmets too. Any other oral communications at this time?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Good evening, citizens. I have a message from District 4 residents to Mayor Pro Tem Cho. We've been talking to a lot of the people because, we're doing a campaigning. And one of the things that they wanted to let you know is that they're disappointed that you withdrew your vote to at least bring up the issue of the quarterly pickup for trash. And I mean, if you go walk the alleys, and please do so, there's a lot of junk out there that needs to be picked up. And I understand that people have to pay on their own to get it removed. I spoke to a business owner that he's been paying somebody to go out there and remove the junk. Now, to me, that's not good city business. We need to take care of our people out there. Another issue I wanted to bring up, we were walking over there by Eric White. What's happening with the Weed and Seed building there? I mean, couldn't we put a substation for police? It just sits there empty. I mean, I know right now they're using it, but when Weed and Seed was there, crime rates dropped over there big time. And with a lot of gang activity and graffiti and all that going on, why don't we put a couple of officers there? Something happens at the apartments in Nebraska or whatever, they're right there. And that was the whole purpose of the Read and Feed with a little building. I mean, let's use our resources better and make it better for the citizens. I live out there. I don't live right across from Nebraska, but I mean, I live on Thompson, but still down the street. And we would like to see that being better utilized. Let's use our resources that we have instead of, spending millions of dollars and building something that we already have right there. Thank you.
Ten 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. What is going on with the signal lights? Whitson and Floral? I mean, if it's not that one, it's Floral and Thompson. This is so unfair for us citizens of Selma, having to go to shop at Walmart to get to the side, to go to put gas, or there we are at the stop sign. blinking, blinking. What is going on? Throughout the years, it's always a signal light. Maybe for some of you that don't live here, it's nice for you guys, but it's not nice for us citizens. We are sick and tired of being at those signal lights and it's blinking at us. So please get that fixed and do it right. Or what is wrong? Another thing also I'd like to bring up to the attention as we've been walking for months. And I know we've been fighting for years and years on the signal signs. You cannot even read anything on those stop signs at every corner. Snyder, Thompson, Park Street. Not just the west side, east side, north side, south side. Drive around, people. You work for us. They are blank. They are dull blue. You cannot read the signs on what street you're on. Please fix that. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, I'm assuming stoplights will be part of the Public Works Director's presentation tonight.
Yeah, and it's essentially the same update that we've given in the last several meetings with regard to PG&E and the work that they still need to do. But you know, the citizen is correct that it's been an issue for years where the infrastructure, our traffic signal infrastructure, has not been properly maintained, and we're just getting around to making sure that those are modernized. Takes time.
I just don't recall the stoplights being out for this amount of time at Floral and Whitson, and I've been around for a while.
Yeah, that one's due to the Golden State Boulevard project.
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I want to piggyback off of what Santiago said about District 4. I have a couple of homes out there, and I was targeted. They threw junk in the back of the alley. I know, Cho, you withdrew your consensus. I don't know why. You wouldn't give an explanation. Trujillo, you voted no. Navarro, you voted no. Let me give you a scenario of what I go through. And I think my neighbors do. I don't know if they do the same thing I do. I gotta go back there. I gotta open up the gates. I gotta put gloves on. I gotta go. If I can get help, I get it, good. If I don't get help, I have to do it on my own. I have to pull mattresses into my backyard. I have to roll tires. If there's a TV thrown out there, I gotta go get a dolly, scoop it up, pull it, and make a pile. Then I gotta take off the gloves, close the gates, and leave that in the yard. And the reason I leave it is because I wait for the 2 times a year that Waste Management used to pick it up. I don't know if Mid Valley's gonna pick it up or not. They haven't said anything. So I gotta leave it there. Then when the time comes, if there is a pickup, I gotta get a truck, load it up, get help, because this time I have to lift it, put it in the truck. We gotta take it either, before it was Jefferson over in Fowler, or by the transportation. I don't know where Mid Valley's gonna have, excuse me, theirs, if they're even gonna have one. But this is what I have to go through. My neighbors on the left side, they're elderly. They're both over 70 years old, and they get help from their neighbors. The neighbor on the other side, she has cancer. As I speak, she's undergoing radiation. She has to call, she has to pay for someone to go out there and pick up her junk. Tagging, graffiti, she has to pay for them to go over there and paint her fence. You guys, don't you take these kind of things into consideration before you make a vote? Before you decide what you're gonna do? Because I know it doesn't affect you. Trujillo, what would you do if they threw stuff behind your business? Would you like it? Let me tell you what you would do. You'd probably pick up the phone, call Mid Valley. Can you guys come and pick this up? And they'd come over here like this and pick it up for free. Navarro, you said you have connections with Joe from Mid Valley. He'd probably do the same thing. Joe, so would you. What do we got? We got nothing. We get a fee, that's what we get if we don't get rid of our stuff. So you know what? Think about that, because you guys always make decisions without taking the citizens of Selma into consideration. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Respectful mayor, council members, and law enforcement. My name is Ken. I'm representing our good friend. His name is Bob, and he owns A to Z Truck Driving School, 1303 Whitson Avenue. The reason I'm here is because we got a notice, and we were all shocked. It's been a week and a half that our business has to be closed. There's a reason for zoning issues, but so far I know Bob is, I think, a law-abiding citizen, a very proud citizen of Selma. He wants to work with you guys. We need some time. Our livelihoods are based on this truck driving school. So in case we do have to do any changes, anything, please describe more in detail so we can work on it. We'll keep on fighting. Our whole family is here, including his son and uncle. He's been here for a long time. So we just need a second chance. If you can please consider us, we will be touching base with Mr. I think I did talk to Mr. Fernando before, about a year ago, about the process, how to work this out. At the time, it was getting so expensive, so we didn't do any changes, which we are supposed to do. But again, we need some time. So 1303 Whitson Avenue, A to Z Truck Driving School. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe, thank you for that comment. I think it was maybe 3 years ago when I was still community development director that we spoke, and I think it was a different business that was going in there, but we will look into the matter and reach out to you to help resolve it. Thank you.
And Bob did get in touch with me, city manager, and I did recommend that they go through the proper channels with the city to see what could be done on this issue.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Jim Avalo, 1701 Dinuba. First, I'm going to thank you guys for looking into the matter with the driving school issue. Thank you very much. Because, you know, they're creating jobs, and I have to, I have to tell myself, it's like the trade school that we have in down in our community down here, Upright. We're creating jobs for the community of workers in our, you know, in our valley, as far as in the area as well. And when I see items that are creating jobs like this trucking operation here did, and sometimes they need some help. Sometimes they didn't quite, how would I say it, see the issues, facilitate some of the issues that came about. Or, you know, sometimes when you get a license from the state, you have to go through items through the city, and sometimes people forget that, you know. Sometimes they think you can start it and keep on going, and it happens. Don't worry, that's normal in businesses. But once again, I thank you for looking into this matter for this driving school very well, and I thank you for on this issue on over there coming into town with the issues with there. I thank you guys for you guys are off to a good start. Thank you.
Teresa Salas, 1701 Danube Avenue. This is not in favor or in support of anybody, but I have a concern that's kind of been bothering me for a bit. And toward the end of the meeting, you guys talk about future agenda items. And you ask for a consensus to put something on a future agenda item. And so if someone is in the minority, their item doesn't get put on the agenda. And if you're in the majority and it's something that you want, it's going to get put on the agenda. And I feel like it should just be all of you can present something to be put on the agenda. once it comes up on the agenda, you guys can vote however you want, 3-2, 1-2, 5-0, whatever you want in support or not in support of an item. But I think that every council person has the right to put something on the agenda and have it be heard by the public, by all of us and by all of you equally. And then, like I said, once it's on the agenda and you get your report and you can vote however you want to, but I think that preventing somebody from putting something on the agenda to begin with isn't fair, because it could be something that has to do with that particular district. And if you're in the minority and you don't get to put your item on the agenda, I just don't think that's fair. I think everybody should have an equal voice on what is put on the agenda. Again, once it's on there, you guys can vote any way you want to on it. You'll have your report and you're able to make an informed decision. But to stop somebody from putting something on the agenda at the get-go just because they're in the majority or the minority, I don't think it's fair.
Any other oral communications?
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, great. Hi, my name is Tanya. I live here in Selma. I sent you all an email last week and I was told that it would be an agenda item, but I just want to kind of make sure that I say my piece here. My concern has been with like the number of loose dogs around town. And particularly, I walk my dogs early morning and in the evenings. As you may know, that's well outside of animal services business hours. So what tends to happen is I'll call, they're not open. I call PD. And what I continue to receive is animal services isn't open, and then that's it, which is really frustrating. Not all of the dogs are like crazy or bad, but
It's actually item 6 tonight on the agenda.
perfect, great.
Santian. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you, I appreciate it. But just to wrap it up, yeah, what are we gonna do? What do we as citizens have, like, do we have any sort of recourse about it?
So I
What should-
encourage you to hang out until item 6.
Yeah, I do go to bed at 8 PM, just so everybody in the room knows. I may not make it that far. So on behalf of me and my bedtime, I do just want to reiterate that it's a safety concern for the citizens, pedestrians, drivers, the dogs themselves. I don't think that they're bad dogs. Some of them have attacked me, have attacked my neighbors. Sometimes they get together in a group and form a pack.
Understood. Thank
So,
you. We'll
appreciate it.
remember your comments and appreciate both of your emails. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ah.
And you can have another 3 if you wait. Thank you. Just running the meeting, ma'am. So does anybody else have any oral communications they'd like to make at this time? Anybody online or on the phone?
Hello.
Hi, Ms. Betancourt, your line is open.
Hi, thank you. Yes. Lorena Betancourt, Goldrich Street. I have a couple of questions. I do want to agree with what Teresa said earlier about items being brought up at the end of the meeting and being put on the agenda. I agree with her. It's not fair. And it's a pattern. There's always the 3 that vote no or yes, and it's always what they want that's being done. So I agree with her. I think every council member should have a item that is placed on the agenda and then you guys vote. And we all know how that's going to go, but at least the item is on the agenda. We get to hear that. So that's one thing. Another thing that I wanted to ask is I want to ask what's going on with the finance manager position. Why hasn't that been filled? It's been months and months and months. And the way it appears that the city budget is being ran, it's like you guys have an open checkbook. It's obviously not being handled properly. We are concerned as citizens, the expenses that are being done, it's ridiculous. It's getting out of hand. Where is the finance manager position, or when is the finance manager position going to be filled? It's very hard to believe that there hasn't been a candidate that has applied that fits the needs of the position. So what's going on with that? And then another question is regarding the extension for the city manager's contract. We never heard anything back about that. Was that done? Hopefully not, but was it done behind closed doors? Is that ever going to be brought up? Did you guys modify it? What's going on with that? Because we have the right to know. We all had opinions on it, and it just got removed from the agenda, but never was brought up again. So we want to know what is going on with that, please. Thank you.
Just for the record, council, the finance manager position has been filled for quite some time now.
Thank you, City Manager. Has the finance director position been filled as well?
That recruitment is ongoing.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody else online or on the phone with comments at this time for oral communications on items that are not on the agenda?
Mayor Robertson, those are all the hands I see raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will conclude oral communications. We have no special presentation scheduled tonight. We'll move on to the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does council have any items they would like to remove from the consent calendar tonight?
I'd like to just make a statement. I was going to remove item D, but because we did get a job study, salary study before this meeting, I'm going to leave it alone. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to remove items F and G. Is there a motion to approve items A through E?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Second, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, okay. Item F. Appreciate the city sending the letter of support out to COG for the Fresno County Safe Routes to School. Just wanted to clarify that I had requested this letter of support, and I've kept the people and the city council updated on the progress of our Safe Routes to School. As you have heard previously, we're trying to allocate funding, starting with the study on needs analysis for the areas around the school of what can be done to make our routes safer for school, which I think is really timely given that school started last week. I'll tell you a topic that's come up has been speed bumps. Even the superintendent of schools is behind that. So just wanted everybody to know we're moving forward on that. Appreciate the city manager's input on that and signing that letter on behalf of the city of support. I have a meeting at the Fresno COG, Council of Governments, in September to discuss this matter further, and we will be moving forward for funding to make the routes safer to get to school. And that's all I had on that. Did anybody else have any input on that? Did anybody here tonight have any input they would like to make on safe routes to school? Anybody online or on the phone who would like to weigh in on this topic, City Clerk?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Great. Thank you. With that, is there a motion to approve item F?
I'll make a motion
I'll
to approve.
I'll second that motion. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Item G, the check register. I have a couple of items tonight that I'd like to ask about. The first one is check number 84806, which is for Mid Valley Disposal. Public Works Sweeper Disposal, May 2024.
Mr. Mayor, so yes, I can explain that quite easily. So when Waste Management understood that they were going to be out of contract and we would have a new contractor, we had a verbal agreement from way before I started my position as director that we would sweep the yard where the street sweeper dumps once a week. In exchange, we would be allowed to actually dump the street sweeper sweepings there. When we got to about the last 4 weeks of the contract with Waste Management, they refused to let us dump there. So we were in a position where we had to dispose of the waste appropriately. And the only way we could do that was to go to Mid Valley, who was going to be our new contractor, and ask them how we could work through a billing process, because we were not in contract with them, to allow us to dump the material from the sweeper that had to be audited. So that is all tracked, and it had to be audited. And so what we came up with was it had to be a pay-as-you-go account. So basically, we had to pay to go and dump the sweeper there until we went into contract with Mid Valley for the start of the new fiscal year.
Got it. Thank you for that, Director. I guess my question is, we had seen the presentation of Mid Valley, along with, the Caglia, the other folks that bid on the contract, the final two, and Waste Management, the other one. And one of the, I believe, emails after that was an email from the CEO of Mid Valley saying, after we had a great proposal today, thank you for your consideration, and we would like to also add sweeping to our contract. We'd like to add that to the city. So my question, when I saw that, my question was, I thought they added this to the contract. So why didn't they pick that up in the contract?
I can address that, Mayor. So the plan is still for Mid Valley to pick up the street sweeping. We are actually in negotiations for the contract addendum. I guess it would be for that service, but this was prior to the start of their contract taking effect.
So we won't see sweeper disposal. We won't see charges like this anymore after 7/1.
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Thank you for that
Well, I mean,
clarification.
going forward, until they take over the street sweeping service, you won't see charges.
And when will they be taking over that?
The council should be receiving that for your review and approval within the next month or so.
Okay, there'll be a modification of the contract.
Correct.
Thank you. And then item check number, do we have any questions about that item? Okay. Check number 84830, which is for South County Veterinary PD office visit for 4 dogs. It sort of skirts the line between agenda item 6 and this particular item, but it's for $188. Can someone explain that?
Check the date real quick again. I'm gonna say one is for, well, actually 2 of them I think were probably for upper respiratory. One was a euthanasia of a bite dog, and the other might be for an X-ray.
I signed the checks, so I guess the reason I'm asking is it was a little surprising to me, Director, because it was actually, maybe that was another bill on the same date. But this bill that I saw with the same invoice number was for euthanasia
Yes,
of Sparky, Elvis, Juniper, and Sparky.
yes.
2 Sparkies. So, again, why were they being euthanized?
Mr. Mayor, we go through a fairly detailed assessment of behavior, and some of them are medical. I would have to go back, and if you want details, I could absolutely bring those back to you. Or we can even discuss about how we go through assessment of temperament. But not looking at and not having it in front of me, I can't give you specific details.
Okay. So again, we're crossing over into agenda item 6. We'll certainly come back to this then. I thank you for that. I was just asking for clarification that this charge, which is labeled office visit for 4 dogs, is actually the euthanasia of 4 dogs. So I just want to make sure that we're properly labeling these items in the check register. And thank you for that clarification. I'm sure we'll revisit the policy when we get to, in operations, when we get to item 6. And that's all I have on the check register. Does any other council members have any checks they would like to ask about?
I have just a question. It's not a check in particular, but since we're speaking of finances, I'd like to know, there was a deadline for the reporting tax for the property tax item was August 8th. Did we get everything out in there?
Yes, everything was submitted in a timely manner to the county. I believe the deadline was actually August 10th, if I'm not mistaken.
Any other?
Yeah, I have a question on 84,804, which be Recreation, the Arts Council, embroidered shirts. I'm just questioning, is that going through the city and you guys have an account that goes back and goes back? Thank you.
So public have any questions, anybody tonight on the check register?
Rose Robertson, 1057 Mill Street. So I was here 3 months ago reading one of the check registers. That was a check for 300, and this was the date, invoice date for 3/15/2024. And it's for the Central San Joaquin Valley Risk Management Authority. And on this one was the workers' comp, 219,981, liability program, $144,773. So the total for that check was $364,754. So that was 3 months ago. I requested through the PRA, which is the Public Records Act, that you can request with Raina. All you have to do is email her any itemized information you'd like. And so this quarter for 2025 first quarter, the check that was written out 3 months later was $879,754 to the same insurance company, CSJVRMA. And on there, they have the one I'm really focusing on, and I would like to put it on the record and for the minutes, please, is the Employment Practice Liability Program. That itself is $107,360,000. So you got to remember, we're paying this quarterly, everybody. This is the concerning part, that we don't have a finance director in the city of Selma. We haven't had one in close to possibly 2 years now. $879,000 that we are paying quarterly. That means $3,519,000 will be getting paid if this amount stays quarterly. So going back to the Employee Practice Liability Program, EPLI insurance is for wrongful term, sexual harassment, employment discrimination. So my concern is, if we citizens are paying this type of money for insurance, we better be using it. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else with any questions about the check register?
Hi, Santiago Segura, 2209 Thompson, Selma. I just have not a concern, really a request. Can we please get more details on these checks that are being written now? I mean, the thing about euthanizing the dogs, that should be put on there as euthanizing the dogs. The public, just as well as us, we need to know what's going on with the animals. I mean, I requested business processes, procedure and guides for the shelter through a PRA request, and I was told that they didn't have one. Everybody has some kind of policy and procedure guide that they have to follow, when they euthanize dogs, or how do you deal with it? And I was told that they use regular shelter procedures. Well, if you're gonna be like Visalia and kill them after 5 days, even though they have room, maybe that's what they're using. I don't know. We don't know. Another thing about the check register, when their expenses made for the shelter, even though they're getting 500,000, there's still, stuff being bought. We as citizens need to know. If we're paying all these things, we need to know where the money's coming from. Just put it under, a Walmart or Amazon or whatever. I mean, then everybody's gonna do I'm gonna, any one of you guys can order something from Amazon and put it on there, whatever. Nobody's gonna question it, right? We need to have detailed information on the items that are listed on the, so we the citizens, when we look at it, because, we don't know.
Did you have a question about a particular item on the check register, Mr.
Well,
Osuga?
that is, I'm talking about the check register.
Got it.
So, Um, that's all I want. I want more detailed information on the check register. That's all I want. And I think a lot of people want that. Let's be more transparent to the community or the people that put you up there. That's all I have. Thank you.
Archie, thank you. And the reason I mention that is just because it's not an agenda item on the check register and kind of how the check register, it's about the checks themselves. Anybody on the phone or online? Okay, sir, come on up.
Jim Avalo, 1701 Dianuba. You know, the only concerns I really have in the city right now is, you know, and two items, you know, but number one is we've been too long without a finance director. And I don't like to put pressure on individuals that work for the city because they have too many hats going on and making mistakes is bound to happen. And when I say bound to happen, very quickly. And you need that finance to create that balance in our community, know where we stand as far as our finances and as far as that way we won't have any situations like we did in the past as far as the situation we had on the
Did you have any
on our
any
taxes.
questions, Mr. Avalos, about the check register?
Oh.
About any particular checks, please?
Yeah, this,
Kind of that's the topic. we
okay,
have right now.
another time. Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody online or on the phone with a particular question about the checks on the check register tonight?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve item G. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
With that, we'll move on to item 1 of our regular business agenda, which is an economic development update presentation.
Good evening. How are you guys? I am Alicia Aguirre, Economic Development Manager, going to provide the quarterly update for the department. We'll get started with the Downtown Strategic Plan. Just for some background, this project was funded by a Measure C grant, the Transit-Oriented Development Grant that was awarded to the city back in 2021. So the goal of the project is essentially to develop some strategies that are going to enhance the downtown in their scope. That includes strategies for placement, design, and walkability. We just reached a huge milestone. We received the admin draft, so we routed it to departments. They just wrapped up their feedback on that. So Rainey, our consultant, will turn it back around to us and give us a public draft, which we will then publish on the website along with a survey so that we can direct people to the website on all of our social media platforms and let them know that we want them to review and provide their feedback. Along those same lines, we'll bring it back to council for a workshop so that you all can get the opportunity to once again provide that feedback on the plan and make sure that it truly is reflective of what the community wants to see in the downtown. And on the topic of downtown, we had some exciting summer events. We had a block party, which was a partnership between the Business Improvement District and the Community Services Department. The Community Services Department wrapped up their summer series where they did movies in the park, which was awesome. If you were there, you know what I'm talking about. And then they were so kind to partner with the bid for the last Friday in June, and they had a block party along High Street. And we had the Marie Wilson Band playing. They brought out a big crowd, and we had about between 150 to 200 people attending. There was lots of food, good music, all around a really good event. So we're super grateful to the Community Services Department for that partnership. And then for the next month in July, the bid kind of brought forth a new event, which was Food Truck Fridays that were hosted on the corner of High and First Street. We did food trucks, super, super hot those weekends. That was July 19th and the 26th. Those events had around 75 to 80 attendees. Night two, one of the trucks completely sold out of their food. We had lots of attendees and good music, but I think what really made the events come to life was the participation from the business owners in the downtown. For the block party, we had a lot of businesses stay open later. Same for the food truck Fridays, businesses stayed open. Shout out to Bead Central and the Vintage Market. They really took advantage of the opportunities, and of course, Maiden Voyage, our newer downtown business, they had like special menu items for those nights. So that really brings it full circle for the improvement district because it's kind of what it's about, right? Bringing that foot traffic into the downtown and making sure that people are aware of what businesses are in the downtown and turning that into more business. Some positive outcomes, just the collaboration and the partnership was great. But also we received a lot of feedback on our social media. People wanted to see more events on High Street. We heard it and we're looking to make it happen starting in September. Also, our social media did really, really well. I think the reason we highlight our social media so much is because we are using it as a platform to not just, of course, highlight our events, but also highlighting the individual businesses that are in the downtown. A lot of those downtown businesses might not have their own social media page. So that one video that's put together really nice, like into a really good video vignette, is always something that they're excited to showcase and get out into the public view. Just some recent highlights. We're reaching up to like 28,000 accounts and engagement on some videos. And yeah, that's that on social media in the downtown. But if you don't already, follow the Downtown Selma social media pages. They're on Facebook and Instagram. And some new downtown businesses. I touched on it just a little bit ago. We have Maiden Voyage, the new coffee shop that just celebrated their grand opening on Saturday. It was a fantastic event with huge community turnout. I think since I started here, I've always heard it that Selma really, really comes out and supports their small businesses, which is something that we can all be super proud of. Also, Extra Mile, not necessarily in the downtown, but definitely in the gateway into downtown. They celebrated their grand opening on Friday. Again, another great turnout. Two really big wins for the downtown. We're excited to have them there. We've had some other new businesses come into the downtown. I'm going to list them since there's just a handful. We have Shay's Spa, Skin and Nails, Taj Threading Salon, the Barn Bar. They're all now open. And we've also had some movement in the downtown. Printopolis relocated across High Street. That was some time ago. And then Leon's Computers, who's been with us for, I think, 15 years now in Selma. They also moved across the street on High Street. All right, and then just a quick snapshot. One of the key services that economic development provides is connecting our citizens to resources that they may need in their business endeavors, whether it's starting a new business, growing their business, or just acquiring a new license. To give a clearer picture about what kind of inquiries we get, you can reference the first graph. Majority of the questions coming in are people with existing businesses in Selma saying, how do I grow my business? How do I get started on social media? How do I start a website? Or how do I start my website? And what I typically do is we're really fortunate to have a partnership with Fresno State's Office of Community and Economic Development, Fresno State OSED, and they're really good about within that day, they reach out to the person and they schedule what is called a technical assistance meeting. And those are offered on Zoom or in person. And they meet one-on-one with somebody that answers all of their specific questions. And then when there are specific licensing questions, they turn right back over to the City of Selma. Okay, I got my social media questions answered. Now, how do I apply for a business license? And then we'll refer them to our OpenGov platform to get them started with their business license application. And then the second graph on there is a snapshot of the business licenses that have been administered within the city since January of 2024 to now August 1st. You see, I broke them down kind of by industry. Food and drink, beauty services, professional services, retail. We've had 27 since January, and 5 of those were in the downtown. We just went over those. And next slide, please. Oh, CVTC. So we had a graduation on June 28th for the 13th cohort. And just to put the dates on your guys' radar, I'll also send out an email. But the 26th of September will be the job fair. And then the 27th of September will be the graduation for cohort 14. The Central Valley Training Center is a pre-apprenticeship program offering a series of industry-related certifications for people that are of underserviced backgrounds, and they get free training for 12 weeks here in Selma, and then they're offered the opportunity to participate in a job fair, and then a year after they graduate the program, our partners at the EDC follow up with them just to make sure that they're getting connected to jobs. So it's an outstanding program, but I just wanted to highlight the certifications that the graduates get because the list continues to grow, and I think it's just super impressive when you hear what those students walk out with after 12 weeks. So they get their OSHA 30 construction industry standard for safety compliance, hazardous waste identification of hazmat materials, a traffic control and work zone safety certificate, a confined space entry certificate, first aid CPR, forklift operations, scissor lift operations, and an EPA lead safe RRP certificate. Let's see. So we got some stats from the EDC about this latest cohort, the aggregate of the 13 cohorts that have graduated. The graduates of the program are graduating and getting plugged into jobs that are paying $4 above minimum wage. So these are above minimum wage jobs for, I think if you guys have sat through a graduation, which all of you have, you know how hard those students really work to get to the point that where they are in that moment. And I think just knowing that they're getting connected to jobs is just a full circle moment. We've had 206 graduates since the commencement of the program, and the majority of them reside here in Fresno County. But it is a regional impact that we're having. Those graduates are not just from Fresno County, it's also the San Joaquin region, which includes Kings, Tulare, Madera, and Kern County. Right, and then we had, it's been a while since I've given an update, but the amazing partners that we have at the Fresno EDC coordinated what was it called? A Center Point food trail. It was intended to highlight the food options that are along Fresno County, and they reached out to each of the cities and asked that we kind of showcase some of our restaurants. We sent them the restaurants they were really looking for like mom and pop restaurants, not chain restaurants. And they ended up selecting and featuring Sal's because we are the home to the original location of Sal's, and then Ahsoka because they were celebrating their 20th year anniversary in Selma. So that's a long time to be in the restaurant industry and in one city. So for the kickoff of this event, they invited local food influencers onto the trail, and they encouraged them to generate organic traffic and marketing through engaging content. So the content creators were already known for visiting famous food spots all throughout California. And this time they were just showcasing only Fresno County restaurants, Sal's and Ahsoka being two stops on there. All of them received goodies that really highlighted Selma. The honey is from Selma. The little bag was a little trinket that they got from Bloomies. The sun-made raisins are on there. All things associated with Selma. And there were some comments on those videos that I thought were cool to showcase. Like people were commenting, I need to go see this. So cool. Would love to do this. And again, people were just being funneled to this map that is showcasing all of the restaurant options in Fresno County. You think about it, what is it, the fruit basket of the world, and we also have really great dining options all across Fresno County. So those videos, some stats on them, they were getting between 475 to 1,000 likes on a single video, over like 50 comments on every individual video, and there were like 13 video content creators on each one of these buses. So if you go to the website, then Cal, you can't really see it's cut off, but the right-hand corner, it's the Centerpoint Food Trail. You'll see all of our restaurants kind of listed on there. The restaurants listed on there include G's Restaurant, Cho's Kitchen, Roscoe Dogs, Rodolfo's, Golden Dragon, Grapewood Grill, Layas, the Oaxaca Restaurant, Legends, and Wilkins. That concludes my update for the quarter. Do you guys have any questions?
Alicia, I have a question.
Yes.
Out of the 206 graduates, did they give you a percentage of how many of them have jobs?
I can get that. I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can definitely get that number.
Okay, I'd appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions before we open it up to the public tonight? All right, anybody have anything they would like to say about the economic development presentation?
I just wanted to say thank you so much for this update. It really goes to show that we do have economic development coming. We do have new businesses coming, and we are focusing on, businesses and, the housing, because if we have the businesses, then, more people may come here and say, oh, maybe I want to live in this little town once we're up and running with housing. And so that's really good. I did actually reach out to Central Valley Training Center because I was looking for a maintenance person. And so I think they sent me a couple. I have a couple interviews this week. So hopefully I'm able to hire somebody from this cohort or from the cohorts.
Anybody online or on the phone with a comment or question?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. I'll just have a couple parting remarks before we move on. Yeah, this is good. You know, I love it that we're highlighting a couple of great legends, restaurants in Selma, Sal's. It's been around 75 years in Asoka. It's been around 20, representing some great excellence in ethnicity and ethnic foods. And they're just good at it. So it cuts across all type of food lines, and they've been so successful. And we hear a lot about how, we want to change everything in Selma and get rid of the past, but they are our past. And this just shows how important it is, because people come to Selma for Asoka, and they come for Sal's, and they know Sal's is here. So that is a big draw for Selma. And in terms of business development downtown, I do agree, we need more business formation, and we need that direction. We need to encourage our businesses and to make sure it's clear how to get licensed and how to stay licensed. So that's very important to encourage that. And then from the perspective of our downtown, those events are a positive start. But if you walk downtown after the meeting tonight, you're going to see one ugly downtown, because we don't have trees, we don't have lights, and we don't have speakers. And that's what we need to bring to our downtown, to bring life back. We have great restaurants, we have great people, we have great businesses, but we need a downtown that we can be proud of and that will attract people. We also had that at that business at the Extra Mile and the Chevron. That's Second Street. That is the area that leads you into the downtown. And, we still have some buildings that are in serious need of remodel, and we definitely need to put those lights back to make our city more warm and welcoming. So those are my comments at this time, a positive start, but we have a ways to go, and we just need the right people to make it go. Do we have any other comments before we move on to our item 2 on the agenda? That was a quarterly update, so there's no vote on that. The next item is consideration of the Pioneer Village Master Plan. And before we do that, does council want to take a 5-minute break? Sorry about that, Director. We'll take a quick 5-minute break, and we will come back for that, and we'll check that Almost ready.
Oh.
All right, we're back and we are now going to move on to agenda item 2, Director Smart, consideration of the Pioneer Village Master Plan.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. It is an absolute honor to be here today to discuss with you all the Pioneer Village Master Plan. As you guys are aware, after countless meetings, we've been working towards developing a master plan for Pioneer Village. The asset itself is highly underused. It needs a lot of work. There's a lot of things that we need to do, but over the last year, we've really taken all of the steps to identify the needs, put cost estimates to those needs, phasing plans to those needs, so that we can really move forward aggressively to get the work that is needed done there. So what you guys have in front of you is just a brief description. Obviously, like I said, we started back in August of last year, touring the facility with different departments, different consultants, again, to really get a comprehensive look at Pioneer Village. So from a city engineer standpoint, from a building standpoint, public works, et cetera, et cetera. So in doing so, we started to create the master plan. We actually received 3 concepts. Those went through the process. Pioneer Village Commission looked it over. We had several public meetings about it. And the good news is on February 1st, we were able to bring concept D back to City Council for your guys' approval. During that time, it was requested that we move into the phasing plan. So again, I'm very excited to be back in the saddle and be here today to kind of present to you what we have going on. So as you can see, concept D has not changed from the last time that you guys had seen it. There were no requested changes during that meeting, so we kept everything the same. The only thing that we focused on, and especially with the help of David, our city engineer, was really going over the cost and the phasing of everything. As you guys know, it's going to be pretty expensive to get the work done that we need to get done. I do feel, though, that the phasing plan that we are presenting takes into consideration the goals of the city. Obviously, parking being the #1 goal. We do need parking out there. We know that it is severely lacking. So that would be the start of the first phase. And then we would move into the following phases, whether it's the banquet hall, and then the amphitheater, and then finally the historical buildings. I would like to really note that this is, as any good plan, just a plan. In the future, if funding needs change or there's funding opportunities, we may come back at another time to request those changes of council. This just gives us a really good idea of what we're looking at the future and what it's going to take to get that facility to the gem that we know that it can be. So again, if you guys have any questions, I'm here to answer those for you, but I am excited. And I would like to give a shout out to everyone who worked to get us to where we are today. To my knowledge, Pioneer Village has never had a master plan, so this is a fantastic step in the right direction for our projects. So again, I'm open to any questions or
Yeah,
comments.
just have a quick question.
Yes.
And I'm looking at the phases, which is great, but what are you looking in time frame? You know, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 phases.
I would love to be able to give you that answer today. That unfortunately is not possible. Right now, what we are looking at is the cost. Obviously, once we have approval of this master plan from council, we will then take it back to our CIP and begin to identify ways within our current CIP where we can piece in from there. In addition to that, we will also be seeking outside funding for it. So this is that one step in the process, and we're getting there, but I would be remiss if I tried to give you an exact date
Oh,
today.
that's okay. So that's my next question is regarding funding. You know, are we out there looking for the funding to see if we can get some grants for this type of work?
Absolutely. We actually did apply recently for a grant, for a museum grant. We unfortunately were not selected for that grant, but we are actively searching for grants. I know we've been in discussions with other agencies, other offices. So yes, this is a high priority. And again, that's kind of why we did the phasing the way that we did, because we also understand that different grants are going to have different requirements or different where they would like the money to go towards. So some grants are a lot more specific, like the museum grant, where it needs to go to specifically something that is museum related. So we wanted to have a phasing plan that was separate enough to where if we needed to revisit it, we could, but we had a great idea and we have more, a better opportunity to be competitive with those grants that we actually apply for in the future.
And just to add to Director Smart's responses, thank you for that information. You know, at the end of the day, it's going to be the council's decision on how quickly this phasing plan moves in terms of how much money from the general fund you want to allocate to each phase, how soon, depending on, you know, policy decisions about CIP implementation, et cetera. We as staff recognize that there are opportunities out there to fund certain elements of this master plan. The full thing won't be funded through grants. We know that, right? So it's going to be a decision by the council as to how you want to, you know, prioritize this project in order for us to, you know, get it done as quickly as possible, recognizing that we also have other infrastructure needs that need to be funded, right? And just to clarify, the museum grant that we applied for, I believe it's not that we weren't selected, but correct me if I'm wrong, Director Smart, the state actually withdrew the money, the funding for that particular grant program. But my understanding is that we were highly competitive for that grant. It's just they didn't fund anybody.
I have a couple of questions. First, thank you guys for the long, tedious, I guess, project that we've been talking about. And, you know, it goes back to the city manager just hit it in the head. You know, what's our priority list for the CIPs, right? And I want to make it clear that, you know, the downtown strategic plan, the bid, and the Pioneer Village is actually, it's on the city council. If we in turn, but because of the fact that you guys are actually working on this plan, the question I have is, when you bring back the information to us, will it come back with financials, breakdown of what's gonna cost to tear that building down? Are we gonna put bathrooms in the, and when we do the parking? And I say this because along with the lights and the sound in downtown, it's not a matter of we just say we're gonna do it. It's a matter of how are we gonna implement it in our CIP, in our budget.
Yes.
It could be 1, it could be 3 years. And how I say that is because of the fact that we have projects that we like to use, and we have monies in different facets of state, city, and county and federal money we could use, along with actually looking for that money. So this plan here and the downtown is actually on us. The city council, like I said, the last meeting. If we want the lights and sound and we want it done correctly, let's sit down. And we have to amend the budget, let's amend it. But there's gonna be an impact. We have reserves. If we want to do the Pioneer Village, that's gonna give us a rate of return in our future investment, then we can do it. So I'm for both of them. And I just would like to call, and I thank you for the presentation, but I'd like to call it back to the council and say, look, if we want to better our Pioneer Village, if we want to better the downtown, let's just put a number to it and let's start moving forward. Because the 80 or 50,000 we've put in, it's a seed, it's a start, but we're not going to get there. So if we can just talk amongst ourselves and say, hey, you know what? I do find it important. I do, and I'm not saying that we haven't been looking at it as important, but we need to get on my occasion, if we're talking about financing something X, Y, and Z, I'd like to see the whole ball and let's get it done and let's do it. And this is one of the projects, just like the downtown lights and the music, the sound. If we're gonna do it, let's sit down and let's get a number. And I'm actually directing that to you and staff, saying, hey, bring me a number so we can know how it's gonna impact our financials and how we can gather it and move it along with the time frame of what it's gonna cost and take, and we can implement it in a CIP, and we can implement an impact on our budget.
I absolutely could not agree with you more. And I think that's why the engineer's opinion of cost is so important to us, because it does start to give us an idea of what each phasing plan is going to cost. And once this formal plan is approved, then we can move forward into the exact dollar amounts. So I couldn't agree more. Obviously, these are not decisions that I take lightly. These are things that we really want to see move forward. But, you know, we're going through the steps. So absolutely, the very next time you hear me speak about Pioneer Village will be a staff report that will be making recommendations and how that will play into our CIP and continue to move forward with the project. Absolutely.
Amy, I have one more question.
Yes.
I just want to ask, what's our revenue that comes in for Pioneer Village? Do you have that offhand?
Off the top of my head, I would need to go back and double check on the final number.
We can follow up with that
Yeah,
information,
absolutely.
Councilmember Guerra.
Okay.
So just to clarify,
No.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just want to clarify what staff is recommending tonight or requesting is approval of the adopted plan. The engineer's estimate, as you've seen in the packet, is roughly $9 million. I know the city engineer would want me to say that that's the number today. It won't be the number tomorrow or next week even. But that's what we're working on right now. So the sooner that we can adopt the plan, the sooner we can start programming it into CIP, and prioritizing the different phases.
But just a matter of clarification, that's not, when you factor it in a CIP, it's not an impact for this budget or next budget. It's actually talking about what we're gonna be doing, correct?
Thank you. I just want to say, this is a great concept, especially because, you know, it's right off the freeway. And so it would attract people. And there's a lot of people that like to have the outdoor venues, and especially if we have a indoor, banquet hall, it would remind me of, you know, like in Kingsburg, they have that, you either rent the whole park or you rent the building. Basically you get 2 for 1. But, you know, this is really exciting again, because it's right off the freeway. We're a major artery to a lot of, you know, cities and things like that, a major connection. And so this is exciting, especially because I don't think, we've ever, like you mentioned, I think we've never had a master plan created for Pioneer Village. And so this is a great start. And so, I just see a lot of things happening in this area, especially I think we talked about historical information and maybe possibly getting some grants that way, you know, to preserve that historical aspect of it. But great job. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Great job. A lot of plans in the city, a lot of plans. Now we need to move forward and do action. Now we need action. So the reason I voted no on the budget this year was because we've had money in their program for speakers for 4 years and nothing's ever happened. We need downtown first. We need to get the trees downtown. We need to get the lights. This is great for Pioneer Village. Great to have concerts out there. We've done the Tejano Festival. Looking forward to having it again. It's a great venue with some issues, but it can be so much better, and this helps. A $9 million plan is one huge dollar amount, which will go up, obviously, but it's something to shoot for in the future and put it in the CIP. We need to do something now to get people in, to get people downtown. You know, we've got a great art center, we've got a great downtown, but it can be better. And with the Pioneer Village, this master plan, it's a good start, but I'm sure it will change over time. And it is on the council to make it a reality, to actually push it. And again, that's why I voted no on the budget, because it just hasn't. Council just hasn't pushed the downtown. So, I mean, and push these changes. So planning is great, but let's move forward and let's, you know, find the funding and let's actually implement some of this planning and make our city look better and attract these businesses in the future. So great job. Looking forward to making this a reality. Do we have any other public comment at this time? Do we have anybody on the phone or online? Oh, we've got a comment.
You know, I like to say, great presentation. It's too bad we couldn't see it up there, so we know what you're talking about. That would have been great. I'm just saying. Or at least a copy so we could have looked at it, but that's besides the point. Awesome idea about Pioneer Village, but the place is usable as it is, and like I said, last time they write it up, I mean, the parking's there already. When they do the Tejano, we park right there at, Home Depot. You know, they close by the time it gets dark, so we always park in the parking lot. The number one thing that needs to be fixed and nobody's talking about is those bathrooms. You know, for the Tejano Festival, you get so many people, you get those porta potties, and man, those are nasty. Why can't we work on the bathrooms first, make it a place to where people want to go and make revenues from that? I mean, I'm not an engineer. I don't know what the heck I'm talking about. It only makes sense to me. I mean, make it to where if you want to go to the bathroom, especially the women, you know, they all tell you, do a survey, they all tell you, those bathrooms are nasty. And then when they have to go in the porta potty, I mean, you guys figure it out. You ladies, you guys like to go to porta potties? And when you have 500-600 people at the Tejano Festival, really? There's a line all the time, you know? As far as, I mean, this is not about downtown, but it's been being brought up in this conversation. The money for the speakers, I know it was allocated a long time ago. Where is it at? Where's the, what's it, 69,000? What happened to it? It's gotta be somewhere. Somebody's gotta know where it's at, you know? I don't know if the city manager know where it's at or whoever does the financing. Somebody needs to, that money could be used to put the speakers already. It's already been allocated. As far as the lights and all that, it's not that hard to put them up. Let's do it. Let's stop talking about we want this and we want that, but all we do is talk about it. You know, it's like Councilman Trujillo said, hey, let's do it. You know, let's just not talk about it. How long have we been talking about this? How long? 10 years from now, we're all gonna be here. I'm gonna be probably in a wheelchair rolling up. Hey, what's up? Where's the lights? It sounds funny, but you know, it's been that long. You know, it's like I always say, here we are again. Really? What's it gonna take? I mean, we allocate money for other stuff. Why can't we just say, okay, we need the lights, let's get a proposal, what's it gonna cost? Buy the stuff, Raleigh and volunteer to help you put it up. Whatever it takes. You know, we're a community, we're a city. It's all of ours, not just yours. I mean, do something about it. Don't just sit there and say, oh, well, you know, when I get $9 million, I'm gonna take care of that, or no, when are you gonna get $9 million? I wish I could get $9 million. I would probably go fix it myself. You know, but what is it gonna take? You know, it's up to you guys.
Like to clarify one thing real quick, Mr. Santiago. And I think we all know how I feel about public restrooms and renovating them after what we did with the Schaefer Park restroom. So restroom renovations is included within this plan. Obviously, restrooms, having high quality restrooms is important just to any public facility, but especially a venue like Pioneer Village. So it is included within this current plan, within the phasing of this project. So we are very excited that that is a part of it as well.
Rose Robertson. We've had many events there at Pioneer Village. I agree with Santiago on bathrooms should be priority. As we know, with the deficit going on with the states and all and grants, there's not going to be any grants for a while. So why don't you get rid of Chris Crom? Actually just say, listen, we're going to probably not be able to use you. We pay them $4,500 a month. That's $55,000 a year. That's maybe 2 years. Maybe the grants will come back again. And if there's any, I'm sure the city here can look for some grants themselves. But that's $100,000, $110,000 right there quickly. They're not going to be bringing us any grants, people. So unfortunately, we're going to have to start looking at that. This is all business. This is finances. Finances, you know, finances. We don't have a director, a finance director, but when it comes to numbers, let's start looking at the numbers. enough of the planning. Because if you're planning on taxing the people, the citizens, for any of this, you could just forget it. Forget it. But again, there's $110,000 right there for 2 years. You could bring Chris Com back, Townsend, down the line when there's gonna be grants and all that going on. But we need our money now. Put it to use. We need to put it to use. Thank you.
Carla Ramirez, Selma, California. This is where the financial director comes in. Because, just check this out. $350,000 for a lawsuit that got pulled out of the reserve when it could have gone through the city insurance. So those $350,000 could have been there to use for something like our city lights or speakers. So a financial director is really needed. Like they said, it's been 2 years. What's going on? The last time I came up here, I said, you know what? Look at it, make it, change things, make it look more appealing, but you know what? Flat out, I'm gonna say it, it's not gonna happen. It is not gonna happen. So, you know, I don't know what else to say other than, like to say, we gotta just do something. Just, I don't know, cut back on other things that we're using money on or something to get something done here because $9 million, like they say, it's not gonna happen tomorrow. It's not gonna happen within the, whatever time you guys are giving us because $9 million is a lot of money. Thank you.
Brian Ceballos, I was just about to say the same thing. We have money for other things. Have it not be salaries, oh, there's money there to pull right away for there. Have it not be new positions, oh, there's money for that. What about when it comes to us, the people who elected you guys, Trujillo, Cho, and Navarro? I don't know about him, but he got his money. He got what he wanted. Why can't we get what we want? Seriously, how many years is it gonna take? I'm gonna tell you right now, everybody that's listening, everybody that's here, everybody that's watching, this council is not about action. This council is about plan, 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 talk, talk, talk. Done, tired of it, I'm tired of seeing it. It's over, it's done. Navarro said that, oh, my job isn't done here yet. Guess what? It's done. Nobody's gonna vote for you. Thank you.
Anybody online or on the phone with a comment? Come on up, sir.
Well, all I could say, Jim Avila, 1701 Dinuba. All I could say, well, we were off to a good start here, but still we're off to a good start, still good. Uh, That's why, you know, when you hear these issues come about, that's where it's very important that we should bring a finance person. I know that we're hard, you know, I have a hard time dealing with what you guys are doing out there because you're hiring all these positions, but you don't have a finance person. That's, you know, you're spending money in this direction and you don't have
Let's,
a finance.
keep it on that
You don't
master
have a
plan.
finance person
Pioneer
directly
Village.
to help the city, you know, and you try to put an individual, you know, to carry many hats, you know,
Did you have an issue with the Pioneer Village master plan, Mr. Avalos?
Pioneer Village, yes. We have to address the bathrooms big time. They need overhauling big time. And I think, we should, look at some issues as far as, our budget expenditures, as far as, who we contract with. Maybe, there's some good points made tonight. We should look at wisely and use our common sense, bottom line, to address these issues. So it's up to you guys up there to make the right decision and use your common sense, bottom line. If you don't, the city will suffer. That's all I got to tell you.
Anybody else with a comment at this time? Anybody on the phone or online? Second time.
Ms. Betancourt, your line is open.
Hi, thank you. Lorena Betancourt, Selma. So I do agree with all the citizens that have spoken. I mean, it sounds like a great plan. However, I do believe that that money can be utilized elsewhere, like on the road work that needs to be done, downtown, the lights, all of those types of things that still have not been done. Um, Pioneer Village, yes, is great for Selma and it brings some revenue. I think that maybe concentrating on the bathrooms there and just repairing or renovating the bathrooms and leaving everything else for a later time so that what is actually needed is completed first would be a better idea. Again, yes, that's exactly why a finance director and my previous comment, finance manager, I meant finance director. I'm sure you knew what I was talking about. So it's been a very long time since we've had one. And that's exactly why I think we're in this position. You know, everything is being spent. As Mr. Avalos or another resident was saying, there's a lot of hiring and different people, positions and things like that. Money's going there. There's money for that all the time. But the things that are needed in the city for the community are not being handled. So please concentrate on hiring a finance director that is actually going to pay attention to what we are spending the money on, and that's going to benefit the citizens and Selma itself. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment? Online or on the phone?
Did they end up paying that guy?
That will bring the matter back to council. Is there any more council comment before we call for a motion for the vote? Is there a motion to adopt the resolution approving the Pioneer Village Master Plan?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, item 3, consideration of a resolution amending the schedule of fees and charges for the preliminary development review process.
Good evening, council. Before you is a revision to the city's fee schedule related to what's currently known as the preliminary project review. I think locally it's been referred to as the PRC, I think for some time. It has been a voluntary process as well. With the zoning code update that was recently adopted by the city council, we've renamed that process to the preliminary development review. We've also made it mandatory. As discussed during the presentations during the zoning code update, we would be coming back with a fee revision to rename the fee, but also extend the provision for giving credit to applicants for going through that process because it is now mandatory. And we want to ensure that they receive some benefit for going through that process, such as crediting their development or their application fees when they submit their subsequent entitlement. By having a time frame where they would receive that credit, it ensures that they submit their projects within a timely manner to receive said credit. So with that, the fee is not being revised in any way. It is just being renamed, and the time frame for the credit being extended from 6 months to a year. So with that, staff is recommending approval of this item, and we're here for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have questions for Deputy City Manager Keen at this time?
I just want some clarification. Okay, so you're saying once they file the application, they have up to 180 days?
So the preliminary development review process is a process where an applicant or a resident can submit a concept. It doesn't require engineered drawings. It just requires a plan with a description of what they plan on doing. Staff would then review that plan and give them subsequent steps or revisions to submit their entitlements, such as a conditional use permit, rezone, general plan amendment, and what anticipated environmental studies they would need to submit. The PDR application, when it's completed and we issue them a letter saying this is what you need to submit, that's when you have a year to submit your subsequent entitlement applications, not from starting the PDR process, but from finishing the PDR process.
So then what would be the time frame after that
After the conclusion of the PDR process,
of your, yes.
they would have a year to submit their subsequent application for entitlement.
Okay,
to
so when
receive-
they submit it
Hmm?
and they're doing a project, how long do they have to complete that project?
It's dependent on the type of project. Once they pay their fees, they would have received credit for that application. So if they complete the PDR process and they submit the subsequent application, such as a CUP, rezone, general plan amendment, technical studies for environmental review, they would receive the credit as part of that application.
Councilmember Guerra, I think your question is how long after the application is received do they have to finish the project? Is that?
Yes.
And it really varies by project. There's really no expiration. I mean, they can, after they pay the application fee, they, until they get a site plan review, approval or CUP or building permits, there's really no expiration of that application. Correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy City Manager.
That's the
Currently,
problem.
we have no
That's the problem.
expiration as part of entitlement applications, especially if they submit subsequent building permits, they have vested rights to that project as well.
And I think that that's the problem. I think that City of Selma needs to buckle down on that more because no other cities run their city that way. And I've talked to a few other city council members and they have tightened up their belt because it's hurting our city, you know, and I can speak for myself because when we did it and we had to revamp our whole building, which we renovated that building, we were on a time crunch. And if we didn't, we were going to get charged fees. And so we had to comply. And I know for a fact, Councilmember Trujillo mentioned the same thing. They held us to the fire.
Mhm.
So in order for our city to look good, we can't allow these people to continue to just buy these buildings and not do anything with it. It's hurting our city. So if they're gonna start a project, they need to finish it.
And I think I have clarification on what the issue is. I think in some cases you're referring to building permit applications. When you submit a building permit application, there are expiration dates on building permits. If you don't receive an inspection, you have an expiration from the date of the last inspection. I think it used to be 180 days. I think it was extended to a year. So if you start a building permit, which comes at the end of some of the entitlements that we're talking about, but you can have projects that don't require that process as well to do renovations to your building. So if you don't receive a building inspection within a timely manner, that permit would expire and then it would become a code enforcement violation. So I think we're talking about two separate issues.
Yeah, in general, what this policy, the project development review is intended for is for large new development projects rather than building remodels or
Okay.
just internal construction projects.
But can we go back in the near future? Maybe do we have to do an agenda item or can we go back and figure out how we can get to that point? I understand where the elephant in the room. I understand the elephant in the room, and there's a couple of them. So how does a business owner like myself that gets put, hey, you got this amount of days to fix, and if not, you're gonna get charged, and you're gonna get red tagged, and and it's just every month, right, they're there. And all of a sudden, you have a building that's been sitting there for 2.5 years, and they're sitting there, and nobody says anything. I'm not saying the city staff's not saying anything, but in my point of view, and Councilwoman Guerra's point of view is, what policies can we bring to you, to the staff, so we can act, so we can make sure that we put the fire in them, saying, if you're gonna pull a permit, because you bring to us 65 projects that are actually gonna be, that have proposed. So we're here clapping, saying, yeah, and now out of the 65, only 2 are done because everybody else is just relaxed and they're not doing anything. What do we have as tools as a city, municipal government, to be able to tell our business developers or do we? Because at the end of the day, I mean, it does take staff time too, right? Because when they come to our office and say, I want X, Y, and Z, It's taking staff time. So what do we do and what kind of tools do we have so we can, I think that's what she's stating, what tools do we have that we can implement policy so they can turn around and say, hey, we have a time limit, like I had a time limit. I mean, I had a lot of time limits, right? I even got fined. But what can we do to push these people to say, if you're gonna build and you're saying you're gonna build and you go to the city hall and it's costing staff time, when do we, or what can we do to get to that point? I think that's the question. I have that question too.
If we're referring to the large scale development projects, which council member, if that's what you're referring to, or are we talking about small scale? I think there's a couple things to look at. You have laws in place. Permit Streamlining Act is one law that has specific timeframes for us to process applications. However, some of the material provided is at the discretion of the applicant or the developer, since it's a project they are proposing. And so there's limited ability, and city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, once an application submitted, we could always send it back so that we're not spending staff time and refund them money based on what we've spent, because the application fees are meant to cover staff time all the way through to the end. And so we have an inactive project list that we reach out to applicants to find out what the status of their project is. Are they moving forward? Are they progressing with obtaining plans, technical studies, what have you? We have those conversations regularly with applicants to ensure that we are not wasting staff time. At the end of the day, though, they are private development projects, and so there's limited ability for the staff to push developers if A, they don't have funding, B, they don't have an engineer for their project, and they're trying to obtain an engineer and design their project based on the conditions that we've given them or the comments that they've given them. Sometimes you have environmental studies that can only be done during certain parts of the year, so you have to wait for those times a year to complete your environmental studies. There are varying things that go along with the entitlement process so that an application can be complete, such as financing. We had projects that have taken multiple years. I think one of them, they just had the ribbon cutting last week, the Chevron. That project, I think, had been in since 2017, and it was progressing, but it's sometimes dependent on the resources of the developer. But as we've talked about, I think the city, as from a matter of pushing projects, because they are private endeavors, we have limited control over those entitlement processes. Like I said, once they pull a building permit or something corrective that maybe went through code enforcement, we do have some mechanisms to coerce them through citations and fines and other things like that to, obtain compliance with the municipal code. But at the end of the day, private property, they have specific property rights for what they decide to do with their property.
So the more aggressive the developer is to complete their projects, the more they're handled in a different way where they have more
Absolutely.
time limits.
Absolutely. I mean,
Or
we see-
someone can go and say he has a wish list, and if he doesn't have the remedies, he could just lay back, correct? And that's good to know, and that's good to discuss here in the city, because if people in the community see blighted areas, they say, well, what are you guys doing? But in reality, that's a good understanding, because for us that are eager to build and for other people are not, well, that's good to look at and understand why that area is blighted.
Correct. And I think there are other steps that we've taken to try and make the environment more conducive of being developer friendly, right? We've adopted a zoning code that's more streamlined. We're revisiting development impact fees right now to try and revisit the structure of those to make development, more appealing to applicants, right? We're willing to discuss, concurrent processing of plans if they want to do it at risk. I don't think these are necessary items that have been discussed previously, but we did have those discussions now with developers to try and shorten the time frame to get them from start to finish. So there are tools, I think, from an administrative standpoint and a regulatory standpoint for us to take, which some of them we have taken to try and make development more streamlined. But at the end of the day, it's private property for the most part, and it's at the discretion of the owner.
The only caveat I want to add to that, I agree with everything Jerome said. Ultimately, we don't have a lot of tools to force someone to build a project, but there are circumstances where we do enter development agreements, and those are kind of the tool that we can use on bigger, very large scale projects to force the developer to build within a certain amount of time.
Yeah, and I think this is a good thing to incentivize developers to come in for the PDR, which is mandatory anyway, but then to credit 100% of the fees is very positive as opposed to just 50%. So I think that's a move forward. Quick question for the city attorney, clarification, Fourth Amendment. All these houses that are blighted that you see with the boards up, there's no power, there's no water. Can you tear those down? Can a city come up with an ordinance that says, hey, these are uninhabitable? If you don't fix this up and make it habitable and hook up the power and the water within X number of months, can the city go in and demo those?
Yes, so part of obtaining abatement warrants, they're not just for weeds. If there's a property that's extremely blighted, it's uninhabitable, it's unsafe. Maybe people are breaking in there and trying to live in there, but the property's not safe because there's been a fire, things like that. Those are all things that you can get abatement warrants on, and an abatement warrant can include demolition. We've done that.
Does the city
multiple
need to
occasions.
have a specific ordinance for that, or can it just do that? And that's a legal process for the city to go through for the safety and health and welfare of the citizens.
Any property that has a violation of a Selma municipal code can be deemed a public nuisance, and anything that can be deemed a public nuisance can be abated. So, you guys adopt the California building code, things like that. So assuming that the property violates some sort of Selma municipal code, some sort of, California building code, then no, there's nothing additional you guys need to do to be able to do that.
And there's no legal exposure for the amount of time that you give them to abate, or the more time you give them, does the exposure diminish? If you give them 12 months instead of 6 months, or 18 months instead of 12 months, does the city's legal exposure violating the Fourth Amendment diminish?
No, the city's legal exposure is not affected, and you really only have to give them, there's not like a prescribed amount of time period notice you have to give them before you go out and seek an abatement warrant, where
How
it
about
might
its
be
past practices?
typically 30 days.
How about if the city didn't do it for one building and then they came in, they tore down another building? Would that be potential increase in legal exposure? And I know we're kind of going off the agenda item, but is that
No,
an issue?
as long as the building that they tore down was a public nuisance, then no.
Okay.
Can that be,
Good to know.
can that also be for business buildings also, commercial?
If there is a health and safety code violation, then yes. I mean, demolition obviously has a higher standard. You can't just tear down a building because it's ugly or something, It has to truly be unsafe and violating the building code. But you can abate a nuisance anytime, which doesn't always include demolition. So if there's a building code violation that doesn't necessarily make it uninhabitable or unsafe, you can get an abatement warrant, the city can go fix it, and then you can put a lien on the property.
My
for
last,
the
my
amount.
last question, city attorney, sorry to interrupt real quick. I know the night's dragging on. What if it's a drug house? What if they're selling drugs out of there and they are harming the people in the city? Is that something the city could abate and tear the place down?
You couldn't tear the place down just because it's a drug house.
Okay. Any other questions or issues at this time?
Yeah,
Is there a motion to
well,
consider
I
the
had a-
resolution?
I-
Okay. Okay. The public have any comment at this time? Anybody online or on the phone before we bring it back to the council?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. This is Tanya. I had a question about that last part, but I think that it was answered. So one of the questions was about if you could just tear down somebody's house that has been, I guess, for lack of a better term, abandoned. Example used was like fire or something. But I think city attorney had said that the city can go ahead and do what they need to do to make the building safe and then put a lien on the property. And I think that answers my question, because my question was going to be like, does the homeowner get anything? Because it sounded like it was not so much a eminent domain thing. So I was thinking like they would lose their property altogether, but you're just gonna, or the city attorney said that what would happen if that were the case was there would be a lien on the property. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't want to go too far off topic, but just quickly, the lien would be for the cost that the city incurred to demolish the building. The property would still be owned by the homeowner. The city would not necessarily have taken the property. But the cost of demolition would become a lien on the property.
Okay, understood. Is there anything in place, say, for example, somebody does lose their house in a fire, and granted, we'd hope there's some sort of insurance in place, but ultimately, like, the house isn't there abandoned because that's the funnest choice, right? There's obviously financial issues, you'd imagine, in place. And so now there's an additional lien on the property. Are there any tools that the city of Selma offers or resources that they offer to help families like that in need?
Actually, there are that's a good question. The city has a revolving fund that homeowners can access to demolish unsafe properties. And I think the maximum amount you can borrow is $5,000 that can be paid back over time. That way you demolish the property at your own expense without having the lien on the property itself if the city abates it.
Okay, great. I'm sure that's appreciated. If demo is significantly more than that $5,000, what's the best course of action?
That would typically, you would typically have to fund the rest from private sources at that point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think I understand.
Anything else?
Not for me, thanks.
Thank you. Anybody else with a question or comment? With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro, did you have a comment?
Yes, I just kind of want to get clarification because we have some private buildings, I guess. You know, we have property managers or property owners that just have their buildings sitting there. And so I guess there's no permits. I don't want to like say specific properties, but some shopping centers have vacant, buildings. And so is there any recourse that we can do to have those rented, or what can we do? Is there something that we have an ordinance? Would this help, or is that something that we need to bring back? Because one of the things that I think we don't have that issue as much now in the downtown, but one of the things is we don't want to have buildings sitting vacant. We want to be able to bring businesses and attract businesses and try and just get those buildings rented, because I know that we have some throughout the city that are just kind of vacant. So is there something, would this help? Or is that kind of like what you were saying about the private
Yeah, the fee,
property?
the item before the council would not have any effect on that. It's, as we stated, it's a matter of private preference on who you lease it to. Is it more advantageous? Do you have, you know, issues with tenants not agreeing to terms? Do you value the property more than what can be rented? That's a separate issue than the fee before you, so.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the item amending the schedule of fees and charges per the PDR?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes, motion passes. And item 4, discussion and direction regarding the Supreme Court decision Grants Pass versus Johnson and anti-camping ordinances.
All right, good evening, council. So, as promised at a previous meeting, I was going to bring a presentation to you guys to discuss the Grants Pass case that was released at the end of June by the Supreme Court. So my presentation will start with just a general kind of, here's what happened in the actual court case. And then we'll kind of get into a discussion on specifically because Councilwoman Guerra had brought up the City of Fresno's ordinance. I'll also talk about a couple of tools that already exist in the City of Selma's municipal code. And then we'll kind of go from there on what the council wishes to do, if anything. in response to this case. So first, I want to talk about the issue that the Supreme Court was looking at in Grants Pass versus Johnson. So there was two issues. One was, do public anti-camping ordinances violate the Eighth Amendment prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment? And do anti-camping ordinances criminalize the status of being homeless? So those two things kind of go hand in hand, but they are kind of separate and distinct issues. So the court kind of looks at both of them. Go to the next slide. So first we have to talk about Martin v. Boise because it's kind of what started this whole discussion. So this was a previous case in the Ninth Circuit, and it held that cruel and unusual punishments clause prevents cities from enforcing criminal restrictions on public camping unless the person has access to adequate temporary shelter. So we got into this several year-long discussion on, what is considered adequate temporary shelter. It's never been entirely clear, but it's essentially resulted in a belief that any shelter, in order for it to be counted as bed count, has to be low barrier. So there can't be any rules or restrictions on getting into the shelter, which you see a lot, especially with shelters that are hosted by like religious organizations and things like that. Those, if they have any type of rules or restrictions, they cannot be counted towards bed. So a lot of jurisdictions and cities already didn't have shelters to begin with, and then the ones that did, a lot of the shelter beds didn't, qualify for the bed count because they had, at least one or two rules or restrictions on people getting into that shelter. So, and during that time period, a lot of cities had been, trying to figure out what they were going to do as far as building shelters, things like that. So in the meantime, the Grants Pass case came about. You can go to the next slide, Rena. So the facts of the case, Grants Pass, Oregon had in its municipal code, a public camping ordinance. And the public camping ordinance prohibits activities such as camping on public property or parking overnight in the city's parks. A lot of jurisdictions have already had anti-camping ordinances prior to the Martin v. Boise case. And how cities handled them after that varied. Some, repealed them, revised them, or just chose not to enforce them because of the case. In Grants Pass, they had already had this ordinance, but they were actually enforcing it. And that's what brought the case. And so initial violations of their anti-camping ordinance imposed fines. Eventually, they would get an order barring the individual from camping in the park, and then if they violated that order, they could get a maximum sentence of 30 days in jail for violating that order. And just another small fact, Grants Pass does have a charity-run homeless shelter, but the shelter has rules requiring residents to abstain from smoking and to attend religious services. So it would not be something that would be considered a low barrier shelter. So the beds at that homeless shelter were not considered toward the homeless number having adequate temporary shelter. Sorry. Next slide, please. So a class action was brought on behalf of homeless people living in Grants Pass, basically stating that the ordinance was a violation of the Eighth Amendment. The district court entered into what they've now called the Martin injunction, which was based on the Martin v. Boise case. The Ninth Circuit upheld that injunction, and that's how it got to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court ultimately held that the enforcement of generally applicable laws regulating camping on public property does not constitute cruel and unusual punishment prohibited by the Eighth Amendment. So I want to go to the next slide because I'm gonna go into more detail on what that means. But I think it's important to talk about the two cases that the Supreme Court discussed heavily that went into their decision. So ultimately, the Supreme Court has stated that the cruel and unusual punishment clause was not meant to look at what states were choosing to criminalize, rather the mode of punishment. So that is ultimately why, that was one of their reasons why they do not find anti-camping ordinances to be a violation, because they're not wanting to get into the business of regulating what states criminalize. They only want to look at what the mode of punishment is and whether that is cruel and unusual. But if we look back to two Supreme Court cases, Robinson versus California, the Supreme Court did find a statute to be in violation of the Eighth Amendment because it was a law that provided that no person shall be addicted to the use of narcotics. So the reason why that was a violation is because it's directly criminalizing an involuntary status and an addiction. And so that's what they've tried to argue with the camping ordinances, is that you're criminalizing the status of being homeless. And what the Supreme Court has said is the reason that's different from the Robinson versus California is that I also cannot go camp in a park in Grants Pass, and I'm not homeless. So it's not just criminalizing the status of being homeless, it's just criminalizing the act of camping in a public park or a public property. And that differs from the case Powell v. Texas, where someone was charged with public intoxication and tried to argue that that law criminalizes his status as an alcoholic. He can't help being intoxicated in public because he's an alcoholic. It doesn't matter if you're an alcoholic or not. If you're publicly intoxicated, you can be charged under that statute. So the Supreme Court held there that it's not a violation. So that's ultimately what it came down to. You can go to the next slide. That's ultimately what the case came down to, was that number one, anti-camping ordinances don't criminalize the status of being homeless as long as they are generally applicable. You can't have a statute that says only people who don't have homes are prohibited from camping in the park. Now that would criminalize the direct status of being homeless. But if you have just a generally applicable anti-camping ordinance, that does not violate. They also looked at the mode of punishment. So gradually increasing fines to eventually being sentenced to a jail sentence for a small amount of time, we're talking misdemeanors, was not something that is cruel and unusual. It's generally how you punish any municipal code violations. So that was kind of the second part of their holding. Let me go to the next slide. So the implications of the case, many cities in the Ninth Circuit will likely begin passing or revamping their anti-camping ordinances. Again, the case does not necessarily prevent the state from stepping in and creating legislation that prevents cities from criminalizing camping. We haven't seen that yet, but it is something that is possible. And then the other implications of it, I think that can be potentially important, is that cities can have homeless shelters with rules and restrictions without it hurting this bed count number that's been heavily relied on and looked at. So it might encourage more shelters from charity-run shelters and nonprofit organizations, now that they can, place reasonable rules and restrictions on the shelter. Okay, and then, so currently Selma does have, so this is something that could be enforced, today, tonight, tomorrow. Currently in Selma's municipal code, you have municipal code 9-8-5. It shall be unlawful for any person to camp within any park or recreation area without having first secured a written permit therefore from the council, and no person shall camp outside of a campsite or site designated in such permit. So the following, and then the municipal code has the following areas are designated as city parks of the city: Berry Park, Brettlinger Park, Sheridan Park, Peter Ringo Park, Lincoln Park, Thompson Floral Park, and all public school sites in the city used to conduct city recreation programs. So that ordinance probably isn't likely as broad as you might want it and as other cities have and jurisdictions have adopted, but it is a mechanism that you could use to enforce right now, without having to wait, the 2 readings, 30 days, all of that. So I wanted to point that out to you guys. I put up there the penalties for violations of the Selma Municipal Code. So these are the general penalties for violation of any Selma Municipal Code, unless a specific penalty is placed within a different violation that is separate from this. But ultimately, you can do increasing fines, but you can also enforce it as a misdemeanor. And the punishment for a misdemeanor would be imprisonment not to exceed 6 months, or a fine of $1,000. But and then you see in C, you have the increasing fines for first, second, and each additional violation. So if you guys were to want to adopt an anti-camping ordinance, that's more broad than the one that already exists in your municipal code, you could either just go off of these penalties that are already in your municipal code, or you could create additional or differing penalties for that anti-camping ordinance. So the City of Fresno anti-camping ordinance, they just did their second reading last week, I believe, of this ordinance. So it's a little bit more broad in the sense that it prohibits camping in public places, so alleys, streets, sidewalks. That one isn't as critical in the sense that if they're blocking any right of way or anything like that, you guys can enforce that now. Because that's a whole other issue. If they're blocking a right of way, it creates ADA issues, things like that. But I think it's important to still have in there in case there is still walking access, and you can make sure that you can enforce that. And then they also prohibit camping in areas deemed sensitive use. So this sensitive use definition is a little bit more broad than the parks one that I showed you that Selma has. So it includes like youth recreation areas, schools, childcare facilities, libraries, city hall, governmental facilities. All those places under the Fresno ordinance are camping is prohibited. And then it also establishes encampments as public nuisances and allows for abatement of those. And with that, it sets guidelines for removal and storage of personal property when you do take those down. That comes from, if you guys saw, Gavin Newsom issued an executive order kind of encouraging cities and jurisdictions to start cleaning up these encampments, and kind of encourage cities as well to follow the guidelines that Caltrans uses and other state facilities currently use for personal property. And it seems that's what Fresno's done in their ordinance too. It's a general 24-hour notice, and then you come and you remove the property, and then you store it for 60 days. And then if they don't remove it after 60 days, then you can dispose of it. So that if you guys were gonna do a more all-inclusive ordinance that included cleaning up these encampments, I would recommend that, so the guidelines are clear and set.
To include the 60 days?
Yeah, ultimately, that is something that you're gonna have to do anyways. You have to store the property for a certain amount of time, and 60 days is the standard. So, you could store it for longer if you wanted to, but I don't think you guys want to do that because we might run out of space. So council now needs to decide whether they want to adopt an anti-camping ordinance. If they do they want it to mimic City of Fresno? Is there something different that they want to see? What will the penalties be? Do you want it to be the same as the current Selma Municipal Code violations? And then again, does it want to set guidelines for removal and storage of personal property that is in line with the state recommended guidelines? So those are kind of all the topics for discussion and where I'm looking for direction from council as far
Thanks
as
for
an
your
ordinance
report,
goes.
City Attorney. Does council have any comments at this time? Suggestions or questions for the City Attorney?
So just one of the things that I wanted to clarify, because when I attended a training for, when they talked about this, they talked about the right to travel enforcement of the laws. And I think you touched on that regarding if there's an RV, I know we don't have RV parking and we don't have parks here as far as campgrounds, right? But they did talk about that there was one time where I think the person just like pulled over to sleep because they were tired, they were traveling through. And so they ended up being counted through the point in time count, which is what is used to count the homeless or the unhoused. And so they included RV travelers. So what they recommended was to really be careful on how we write our ordinances, because it could include travelers they have a home, they're just traveling in their RV. And so this anti-camping, again, it's just being very, not so well, we want to keep it broad, but at the same time, it's about, making sure that we do it right. And the other thing was that my understanding is that the Governor Newsom's ordinance, or what he passed, had to do with encampments, which is not the traveling homeless, because there's a difference between the mobile, I think they're called, somebody referenced it as a mobile homeless versus an encampment. An encampment would be 2 or 3 camping areas that are in the middle of a park, or in, like they have on Caltrans. That's the difference between this. And then they also, of course, strongly recommended that not to criminalize the conduct. Oh, I'm sorry, criminalize the conduct, not the status. And so again, because they're unhoused, you're not going to want to criminalize them, because you shouldn't criminalize someone because they don't have somewhere to live. So, but those are just kind of some points that I wanted to highlight, that I heard in a different training that I did.
Yeah, my comment would be, let's bring some common sense back to our state and our area, and this is bringing it back. We all saw with COVID that the homeless encampments multiplied. They were everywhere. I had constituents calling saying people were right outside their fence living there. No, homelessness is not a crime, but defecating, urinating in public, drug use in public is a crime. And making life miserable for the people around you is a crime when you don't own that property and you're just sitting there and camping there without the city's permission. And for the longest time, the state didn't do anything about it. They went too far. There you go. Now they had a big problem. So they had to come back, and now they have to be drastic. And Governor Newsom is now threatening to withhold cities' funding for homelessness if they don't comply with anti-camping. What funding? I'd love to know. Where is that funding that he's threatening to take away? That's another issue. But homelessness itself is not a crime. But the people making these properties unusable for people who want to use public property, taxpayers who pay their taxes for the use of these public properties, that is a crime. And I guess it was the city of Madera, the sheriff, who just went to the city council and proposed to council ban unauthorized groups from congregating in parks if they make space unusable for others. Not just parks, that should be libraries too. That should be any public space.
Businesses, I agree.
Businesses. I mean, it's gone too far. And now we have things like this, and we have Prop 36,
Mhm.
and they go together. And, you know, people, rampant drug use, being a drug addict isn't a crime either. But stealing to support your habit is a crime. And passing out and smoking meth on sidewalks is a crime, and it should be. And we need to enforce that. We've gone too far. And we need to get help for people who have drug addictions. And whatever tool the city can have to get them help, I think is a good thing, which Prop 36 does. And maybe these anti-camping ordinances will also contribute towards. But I am definitely for that. I'm for an anti-camping ordinance. Absolutely.
And I'm for it too. I'm the one that brought it to the council, and I'm glad that you did this. Megan, we're not saying that we don't care. We're just saying that some of these individuals, we can't continue to enable just feeding them, giving them some clothes. These people need some serious help. And giving them the help is what they're probably going to need. And if that's housing them in these facilities that they're saying they want to make these jails into shelters, that's probably where they're going to get the help. And just like other council members stated in Fresno, we can't continue to be enablers. We have to do something now. And that's why I support what Fresno is doing. And I think that we also have to mirror this and do the same thing. We're not the only city that's doing it. I just heard on news, Kerman's doing it, Visalia's doing it. Everyone's going to do it because we need to protect our city. We need to protect our businesses, our citizens that are upset about these homeless going and peeping through their windows. You know, it's sad. It's sad that you see this, you hear it, and they're telling you, you got this so-and-so homeless peeping through my window. And if my husband catches them, it's going to be a sad day for him. Now that's sad. So in order for us to get this situated, we really need to implement this. And I said we need to implement it now. I mean, I'm going to give you an example. When we hired Chief Alcaraz, he was the chief here. He started his first issue with City of Selma. He said, I don't want to see all these abandoned vehicles in front of the streets. If they don't have tags, registrations, current, they have to be moved. If they're not moved within 72 hours, they're going to get towed away. Okay? That's an ordinance that Selma has. And that's what he did. Did the citizens like it? No, they didn't. But it's the law. It gives our law enforcement the protection, the policy to go and take care of what they have to do. And that's what we need to do. So we're not doing anything different than other cities are doing, and we're complying with the law.
Anybody else with a comment before we open it up to the public? Anybody from the public have a comment? Please come forward.
And I'm ready. Santiago Seguer, you know, I think the idea, the law and all that is wonderful. We're saying, well, you know, we're gonna do this, but what are we doing with the homeless after we break up the encampments? I didn't hear no mention of, well, we're gonna offer help. It is true what Mayor Robertson said, Fresno got millions and millions of dollars. So they're talking all brave because they got money to implement whatever. You know, here, from what I understand, someone didn't get any money. So implementing a lot of these things that need to be done to help the homeless, it's gonna be tough unless you're gonna float a motion that, hey, let's spend whatever money we need to help these people, you know? I don't know if you guys been to Vegas lately, and I mentioned this. Vegas is the perfect example. You go to the strip and, you know, you're like in Wonderland. You walk around and there's not a homeless in sight. You're like, wow, how do they do it? And then you drive towards Fremont, huh? Reality hits you. There's hundreds. I mean, this is homeless here is nothing. You go there, the streets, the sidewalks are lined with encampments. all throughout. Just all the way through. There's no end to it. Why? Because they have an ordinance. If you're homeless, guess what? You can't be on the strip. That's how they're dealing with it. We need to be a little more proactive. And like Sarah said, we need to provide services to them that are gonna help them, you know, because we're gonna move them from one encampment at one place. The next day they're gonna form another one, and you're gonna find them. How are they gonna pay for it? How are they gonna pay for all this? You're gonna put them in jail. They probably welcome that. You know, 6 months, you know, rent free.
That's
Free
right.
food,
3 meals a day.
TV. Hey, I wanna be part of that program, shoot. Why not? You know, and the thing about the RVs, Walmart, they let the RVs park. You can go by there anytime at night and there's RVs parked right there because they're tired and need to rest, they park right there. They don't get hassled. The issue is, it is a problem, but sure, we need to address it, but at the same time, we need to be talking about what do we do after we, you know, we go and there's an encampment, you break it down, you know, kick them out of there, whatever, and then what? Then what? What are those people gonna do? Find another place? Basically. And it's happening everywhere, you know, Fresno's supposedly they're doing this and that, but you can drive all 99, you can see them all over the place, under bridges and, you know. But whatever they're telling you, a city council meeting that they're doing is wonderful, it's not working in Fresno. They just find another place. They go from bridge to bridge and just set up underneath, set up camp. You see it downtown all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stella Ramirez, South California. I just am concerned about that if we don't put this in, you know, in place, what's gonna happen, you know, with Fresno? They're doing their thing and, you know, they're picking them up, they're arresting them, and they're in jail for 6 months. When they get out of there, what are they gonna do? They're gonna come over here. And we're gonna be more populated with homeless people. Right now, I think they said they have a little bit over 70. Part of the junk that was behind the alleys in District 4, they've also set up encampments there. There was a couple of people there asleep at 7 o'clock in the morning. And so I just want to, you know, let you know that it is a problem here. And it's only going to get bigger if we don't put something in place now. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Brian Ceballos. Yeah, it's a major issue. It's been an issue. It's an ongoing issue. So if we don't put an end to it now, it's either now or never. People, I understand, they, you know, they're on drugs, you know, maybe they lost their homes, they find the wrong path. I understand that. But if you want the help, you're gonna accept the help. You know, if you, like I said earlier, or the past meeting, it's just an ongoing issue. Countless times we've gone to Pelicans, we've gone to the cemetery, and they're there. You know, we've been attacked. Last time there was a fight right next to us on a bench. We were at Pelicans. That you can't even go out and enjoy, you know, Selma. You can't, your own town where you live. People are coming here from the north, the south, San Francisco, what have you. We're becoming what is the word? A sanctuary. For example, I'll give you a small example, common sense. You have a toddler, a 2-year-old. They're crying, they're nagging. You give them a lollipop, they keep going. You give them, you know, ice cream, they keep going. You keep feeding the monster. That's the thing. Where's the discipline? Where do you nip it in the butt? So you have to find the solution, and I believe this is the solution. Because like I said, if we don't put an end to it now, it's now or never. Thank you.
Jim Avenel, 1701 Dinuba. this issue on the table is a very smart issue right now on the table. It's gotten out of control basically, as time went on over the years. And now we have a mess. Now the issue, now we have to address this mess. I mean, I manage a shopping center across, across town. And when I came out of West Side Fresno, guys, I dealt with this in the past. And then when I took over this operation over here, there was major issues. I had homeless, drugs, you name it, they were there. Now it's cleaned up. I talk to the individuals. I approach the individuals. It's not a question, is identify them. Identify them as far as either a drug addiction, mental, or both, or homeless. The homeless, I can get, my chances are better. The problem is the drug addiction and the mental are together. There's a major issue there on the streets. It makes it very hard on the law enforcement and also public safety. They have to deal with these people on the streets and something goes wrong. They're ODing or whatever. But this is the first start for cleaning up the city. And point made, if all the cities are starting to do this, we have to be proactive in this. At the same time, I also believe that helping these people, we have to identify them and get them off the street. The only way we get them off the street, we got to be proactive in going after drug houses right off the bat, public safety, make it safe for the community. Take those people off the street, identify them, shut those things down. We can reach out and get these people help. I know. The reason why I know that, I had a family member, honestly, I had a family member that was in that situation. Before he died, he was off the streets. He changed his life. Surprised the heck out of me, but he did it. But I know it could be done, guys. When you see it yourself, with your own eyes, hey, I've seen other people. It changes people's lives. It could be done, but we have to stop, begin here. It starts here, guys. And we have to protect our businesses, our properties. And we have to, and go after the main issue right now on the table. You know what it is, guys. I don't have to tell you. So you got to be proactive. And plus, common sense is the key factor. Thank you.
The three of you, Navarro, Cho, Trujillo, you three stopped our regional park. So our kids don't have a park to be safe and play in. There's meth there, all the drugs are left there, everything's left there. Homeless ruined San Francisco, and they're cleaning up a mess that's a little too late. We need to protect our city. Absolutely, we have a heart. When this took place, Gavin Newsom removed all the camps. Guess what? A lot of them started going back to the families. I know one for fact went back to his family because the word's getting out. So we need to take action so the word gets out. And so they either move on, we need to allocate some money. They may want a one-way ticket back to Los Angeles or San Francisco or wherever they came from, because I'll tell you right now, they're not from Selma. They're absolutely not from Selma. But they're definitely going to the drug houses. We watch them all the time. So the parks that are near these drug houses and where these people are allowed to hang out and do the drugs, we need to protect our kids, our grandkids, our godkids. They don't have a park. We don't have that 10-acre park that we were planning, the council was planning. Where's the 10-acre park? All talk. But what you guys should probably do, think outside the box, is also maybe get involved with Delfina. She has 2 vans now. Maybe Delfina will start hauling them back to, these hotels. Maybe they'll get help there. Wherever they could get help, they do need the help. But let me tell you, some of them are going home. I know that for a fact. So let the word get out. It's time to protect our city. Enough's enough. Thank you.
Teresa Salas. I am in favor of the city writing a stronger ordinance on anti-camping. But as Ms. Crouch said, we do have something in place now so that maybe we can start educating our officers, our safety personnel, of what they can do now immediately with what the ordinance that we already have in place. And, just because things are changing overnight, to make sure that they have the right information as to what they can do and still be in the guidelines that we have for the city, so that they're not opening the city up to liability of being sued or something that, they threw me in jail when they shouldn't have, kind of thing. But to make the wording stronger in a new ordinance that would safeguard those things. The city, the state of California, everything was a free-for-all. They let everything pass. They made laws that nobody was being punished for anything. And the state went to hell in a handbasket. And now they're trying to backtrack and change things. We are a much smaller community, so hopefully we can nip those things in the bud before they get worse like they did in the rest of the state. But I agree that, if we can enforce what we have now in place already, because we have something in place, we can start tomorrow, according to our city attorney. But to make more ordinances that are more specific to camping and things like that, that we'd have more bite to it than what we have now.
Anybody else? Anybody online? Up? Okay. Someone else would like to speak?
It's 1751 Macomb. In my area, okay, not in your areas, but in my areas, there are homeless people there. Just the other day, the Selma police was over there. And I told them, hey, you got homeless people out here. And guess what? There's condoms all over the place. From the gals staying around there with the guys, okay? That's at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, okay? Do I see it? Yeah. Do I hear it? Yes. Even I have called the police because there was a person on the side there and he was urinating and my sister saw that, so I had to call the police. Well, we can't do nothing about it. There's nothing we can do about it. But I'm saying is now that you have an opportunity now from the US Supreme Court to do something about these things, I would advise you to do something, okay? Because you don't live over there where I live at, and I see these things, okay? Now, what to do with I'm sure not all of them are bad, but maybe those could be helped. But also, I would say, what is the Selma Police Department doing in the middle of the night with these people coming all over the place, all over Selma at night? What are they doing? Are they stealing? Are they doing illegal sex? Now, when I go back, I'm gonna have to clean something near the sidewalk because there's some condoms there, okay? So there you go. It's reality for me, not for you. You don't live around that. I do, okay? So that giving you a first-hand look. So you have an opportunity to change things, okay? Make it better for me and other people. Maybe help them too in some ways. They can't see that they're doing wrong in some ways. So that's my thing here, okay? So think about it.
Just want to make a quick comment. Just for the record, Mr. Cortez, it happens in our area as well. Okay, just in my neighborhood, in our grass area, where you come in and drive into our driveway, our area, there is a lady naked, okay? High as a kite on that road. And you don't think that children didn't see that? And people didn't see it? We all saw it. Okay, so we do see it. It's everywhere. Absolutely.
We had the same thing, enough, Mr. Cortez. We had the same thing in my area where I live too. We had somebody steal some glasses from the hospital and we listened to the police scanner. So we know what's going on because we want to protect ourselves. Because we have to protect ourselves in our city. And they were asking, what do we do with the glasses they stole from the hospital? There was a homeless encampment behind us in county because they know where county is and where city is. Then they stole our mail. They didn't just steal some mail, they stole the whole mailbox. They picked it up and took it. So it's everywhere, Mr. Cortez. It's everywhere. And everybody has the same frustration that you have. So we feel what you're feeling. We are all in this situation and we're exasperated. I think the whole state is. And I think Mr. Cortez is correct. We have an opportunity tonight. And everybody wants to help. Everybody wants to help those who want the help too. But a lot of people who we're talking about are the ones that the PD comes by and says, you can't camp here. And they say, get lost. I don't have to talk to you. Well, the Supreme Court just helped us out. And now the PD can do something about it. But let's face it, these $100 fines, what's that going to do? What's really going to do something, I believe, is mandatory drug treatment after like the third time they tell you to get off the land, to get off the park, to leave the park. And there's a homeless encampment in Brandlinger, see them every morning. And there's someone in Rockwell Pond where we were going to have our 28-acre regional park. There's one right there right now. So there are opportunities for Selma and for Selma PD. You can understand their frustration. There was nothing in the law that really had them do anything other than tell them to get up. So tonight, we need to rewrite that ordinance and make these penalties tougher so that we can get help. We have a mental health hospital coming in at Crestwood in the mall that, we have a gentleman here managing. That's going to help because people who have drug addictions can go there and get help and get better. That's what we want. But sometimes they don't even know what's better for them. They're so enthralled by the drugs, they're going to say no, refuse treatment. Well, maybe some court mandated treatment, maybe that will help after the second or third time that they're found camping in public lands. And they probably don't even know what they're doing. We want to help, but it's at the point where maybe that help needs to be mandated. So that will bring the matter back to council.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Hi, Tanya, your line is open.
Oh, great. Thank you. I wanted to express my opposition to updating the ordinance. I think the ordinance, you don't want camping in the park. It says there's no camping in the park. I think that this entire conversation has been very disheartening for me. I'm hearing a lot about property and even throughout the entire meeting about putting lipstick on the city of Selma and making it pretty. And I would really like to see more help to the people. And so it's wildly frustrating. And I would be interested to know, well, we're not going to take a survey now, but how many people in support of this have ever been homeless, have ever been addicted to drugs, have ever suffered with their mental health, have ever gone through it themselves. It's not easy, and it doesn't become easier with more fines. I understand that there's an issue at play, but the gentleman just said that he called PD, reported a crime, and they said there's nothing that we can do. So if they can't do anything about indecent exposure in public, because what I heard the man say was that there was a man peeing outside of his house, which is a crime, and PD is not going to enforce the crime already or do anything about the crime already, why are we putting more ordinances in? It sounds like what's going to happen is instead of actually responding to crime, we're just going to round up the unhoused and make their life harder by taking their little possessions that they have. And it's just incredibly disheartening. I would hope that council could find a better way to be helpful rather than penalizing people. And I understand we all said that that's not what we're doing, but it very much sounds like it. Homelessness isn't a crime, but drug addiction isn't a crime, but. And so like, understand that just because you say the words, your actions are criminalizing the unhoused and trying to find fancy language that allows you to criminalize the unhoused, but not the property owners that have RVs. You know what I mean? And so as a community member, this is not a wealthy community. This is a poor community. And the conversation was like, during COVID, it just exploded. People lost their livelihoods. People who are homeless aren't like, yay, this is a party. Some people are on drugs because they're homeless. Like, I just feel a callousness that keeps getting washed over with, no, we're not being callous, but here's the callous thing we're doing. And it's just very saddening, disheartening. And I think that the community can do better. And instead of putting lipstick on things, I think we should put that effort into actually helping. Yeah, that's my piece. Thank you.
Have any other comments?
And Ms. Betancourt, your line is open.
Thank you, Lorena Betancourt, Goldrich Street. So I have to respectfully disagree with the previous caller. We most definitely need an ordinance a stricter ordinance, and we need to enforce it. I have worked years with the homeless community. I used to work at Fresno Housing Authority, and we had properties there that were specifically for homeless individuals. We would give them a brand new unit, provide everything that was needed for them to help them and get them off the street. And what I found and what I learned working with them is that a lot of them that are in the street choose to be that way. I was getting keys back from them saying, here, I don't want your unit. You have too many rules. I can't do drugs. I can't do drugs here. I don't want to follow your rules. Here's the unit. I'm going back on the street. And that's awful. I am all for helping them. The problem, I think, is that we need to make sure that all the resources available, because there's plenty, there's a ton of resources that are available for homeless individuals. And the problem with that is that they don't make mandatory the rehabilitation if they're on drugs, or resources for mental health. They don't make it mandatory for them to utilize the programs and the resources that are available. So they choose to be on the street. A lot of them do. Yes, a lot of people lost their homes during COVID, unfortunately, but I'm almost sure that most of those people, if not all, have found those resources and utilized them to get back on their feet. So the people that we're seeing here in our city are the people that are on drugs and have mental health issues also, that don't want to follow rules and don't want to do anything because they can be out in the street for free. They figure out how to get their drugs. They're stealing from us people that we work hard for what we have. Just not that long ago, a couple of weeks ago, somebody broke into my brother-in-law's house on Pine Street in the backyard, and they used their water hose just to shower. And then they left it and flooded their whole yard. That's scary. They have a child. It's scary to know that people are breaking into homes just to do stuff like that. It's scary to have to be outside. My parents live on Rose Street. They're sitting outside on the porch and people come up to them wanting to fight or just telling them things. They don't even know what they're saying. These people are elderly people that have to deal with stuff like that. So we absolutely need to enforce the ordinance, make it stricter, and get our city cleaned up. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no other hands raised.
Okay, well, but that will bring the matter back.
I
Was
just
there a
wanted
motion?
I made the motion.
Okay, so we have Councilmember Guerra who made a motion. What was your motion?
And the motion
Councilmember?
is to implement the ordinance immediately, including and mimicking the same rules that Fresno is doing, including, like they did, prohibit camping in public places, alleys, streets, sidewalks, prohibits camping in area deemed sensitive use. This includes parks, youth recreation areas, schools, child care facilities, libraries, city hall, government facilities. So I want everything mimicked the same way. And that's my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Well, before we take a roll call, I just wanted to say that, as far as, the ordinance is here, there's some things that do need to be cleaned up in this language, and we do need to enforce it, but I'm gonna tell you that I ran into a young lady on Thursday night on my way home from work, and she was just laying in the streets on the corner of, Dinuba and Snyder, and literally, if cars were coming, they could have ran her over because she was right there in the street. I called PD and I waited until they got there, and I asked the officer, "What are you doing with her?" And he said, "I can't take her anywhere. There's nowhere. Everything is full." I started calling my resources to see how can I get her some help? Who can I call? Everything was full. It was after 5 o'clock. Everything shut down in Selma. There's no resources here. So if we're going to be doing some ordinances that are going to be stricter, which I agree, we don't want them in, by our children. We don't want them in our backyards. We don't want them, but really be sympathetic and be cognizant of that could have been any one of our daughters, that could have been any one of our sons. Again, she was her early 20s and she had nowhere to go. We couldn't get her the help. Like I said, I sat there with the officer trying to make phone calls to find something for her, and everywhere was closed because we're closed here in Selma. There's no resources here in Selma. Fresno is full. I even called Madera to try and see if we can get somebody over from Madera to come and help us. I mean, he was even willing to get permission from a sergeant to transport her, but we couldn't find the resources. So before we start making like all of these strict rules, we also need to find resources to be able to help these families. Because again, it could have been any one of our daughters, any one of our granddaughters, goddaughters. It could have been our sister, the night before, he said that there was an elderly person that he couldn't get any help for. And so again, before we start making these rules about, trying to put people in jail, and think about who you're doing that to, and think about how you can get resources to them, because we do really need to have those resources. Again, don't criminalize their status, criminalize what they're doing. If they're breaking the law, I agree, absolutely. I agree 100%, but really think about what ordinances we want to put in, and again, make sure that we also have the resources for that.
I'd like to say, of course, we need treatment, but I'd also like to take the part of the citizens who've been tyrannized over for so many years now, and it's been so hard. You call the PD and they don't know what to do because they don't have anything in their toolbox. They really can't do anything. What we need to do is for those folks who don't want the help and won't leave and are a problem and want to do their drugs and buy their drugs here, they need to leave. We don't want them in our town. They need to go because they're just making life harder and they're breaking laws here and they're making life miserable for all of us. Your right to hit me ends where my nose begins. You don't have a right to make my life miserable because your life is miserable. Folks who are addicted to drugs, they need to get better. And we need to make sure that there are programs. That example that you're quoting, I would have called the ambulance. I would have called 911 and gotten that person taken to the hospital, because obviously if they're naked in the middle of the street, there's a problem there. There's a potential health problem. And I have not heard, I mean, that's an extreme example, but what we see is regular, ordinary Selma citizens. We have people camping behind our fences. We have people urinating and defecating, breaking into our cars, and we're sick of it. We're tired of it. And that's why we have this ordinance tonight. And I think we should go further in this ordinance. And I think instead of $100 fine here and there, I think on the third violation, you got to go get drug tested and go to mandatory drug testing if you test positive. And get better so you can be a productive citizen, because those folks who lost their homes, they want their homes again. They're not going to get their homes if they're strung out on meth. They're going to get their homes again if they get help and become productive citizens again. And to me, council member, that's showing true love and true concern for somebody to care enough to show that love, to get them the help so they can help themselves. And that's why I seconded that motion. That's why I'm calling for a roll call now. Call the roll, please.
Quick question before there's a roll call, Mayor and Council. Just some more clarity on what's being requested here. There's the matter of penalties, right? And I think we still have to have a discussion on, okay, and I just heard, the mayor throw out another potential penalty. Are we gonna keep the $100? Are we gonna override our existing, penalty structure for nuisance abatements? Are we gonna adopt whatever City of Fresno adopted? And then we have also the matter of storage regulations, right? Are we gonna keep the 60 days? Are we gonna my concern is that there's references in City of Fresno's ordinance that may not be applicable to the City of Selma because of the difference in size and scope and staffing, et cetera,
Okay.
that I think,
So
you know,
can we change it to 30 days?
well, if I could finish, Councilmember Guerra, there are certain things that maybe the staff can make recommendations on with regard to how it would be more applicable to the City of Selma. There's other things that may not be necessarily within our purview to really, decide on. I mean, it sounds like you have something very specific in mind, Mayor, with regard to mandatory, drug addiction treatment. I think those are still issues that we probably have to work through, but what we can do is bring a comparison of the City of Fresno's ordinance and then all the things that we think we can start applying right away. And then take that, after a discussion on penalties and, all these other matters, storage and things like that, then we can bring back a really solid ordinance that is more tailored to the City of Selma, instead of just saying, let's just take what City of Fresno has and make it fit Selma. I think there's probably a bit more discussion that needs to be had, in my opinion.
I just want to ask the attorney. Attorney, where are we? Is this something that we can implement tonight?
As far as a new ordinance or the one that already exists?
The Fresno ordinance that
Yeah,
you
the
said we
Fresno.
could, was
Okay.
one of our options tonight. We could mimic Fresno's ordinance, and wasn't aware of any instances where it would be so different from the Fresno ordinance that Selma wouldn't be able to implement what they've done.
Yeah, I mean, and that's ultimately up to you guys. The Fresno one I reviewed, it's pretty bare bones.
Meaning,
In that it's not super specific. It's really just no public camping in public places, alleyways, streets, sidewalks, and they define it. And then no public camping in sensitive uses, and then they define it. So where it might take some tailoring is maybe in those sensitive uses. But I think us as staff and myself can kind of tailor those sensitive uses to what we have in the city, to be specific to what our needs would be. But the sensitive uses are pretty broad. Like I mentioned them, I think in here, childcare facilities, schools, youth recreation areas, city hall, government facilities. I think those all apply, to the City of Selma. So I don't, like I said,
so it's pretty broad and law enforcement could interpret it pretty broadly. So they would have a little more latitude to tell people to move off if they're on public land and they're creating a nuisance. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay, then I'm good with that.
Me too.
I'm good with PD. My
But
motion
it's-
stands.
Now,
Let's include the art center, because that is part of the city.
that might be a situation where, like I said, when we're going through it and we're drafting the ordinance, and if your guys' direction is to mimic City of Fresno, to me, the way I take that is mimic the City of Fresno structure, but make small amendments where I think it's more applicable to Selma. So maybe something like adding the Selma Art Center so it's clear. I think it would probably fit in one of those categories they already have in there, but I would have to look. But that's something that we could do, and then we could bring it to you guys, and you guys could decide if you are okay with it or you want to make revisions. That would be up to you
So
guys.
we could pass it tonight and then do cleanup legislation and modify it towards Selma's needs, correct?
Tonight, all you can do is provide me direction to bring an ordinance to you guys. The ordinance isn't actually in front of you, so you guys would have to do the typical first, second reading
Okay.
and all of that. But that's what I'm looking for tonight, direction to either proceed with some sort of ordinance that mimics Fresno, something different.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
And then
But
bring back
to
something that's more
clar-
applicable to Selma.
But I was, oh,
You gotta turn your mic on.
Sorry, I do agree with the ordinance to be changed to be more important, basically for our officers, I think. But I would like
Mhm.
to have it at least toward what works for Selma a little bit more. Detail, I think, is what we need, not,
It-
you know.
Since I haven't spoken, and I think that, just so we are all clear that we all have an understanding as how we review this. And at the same time, we all have, I think that we all have an importance in regards to homeless, and I agree with all of you. And I understand that there's, we could carry, our feelings of, that individual, these homeless people, but at the same time, we also have the right or the ability or the representation as an elected leader to take care of the people that are sound-minded, that are working hard to keep their kids going to school, being safe. So for me, when I look at a homeless, I also know that they have the opportunity, but what I want to marry this to is to say, I agree with everyone in regards to the importance of that individual not being at a place where my child or anyone's child can be there and not be safe. But at the same time, I would like to, we all know that there's a lot of agencies in the city of Selma that care for people that are homeless, that give out outreach to them. If we could marry our policy to adhere to them, to be with that agency, I think it's a great idea. I agree with everyone in regards to this policy needs to be enacted. The governor's he's been lazy and he's done everything, and now he just pushed it on us. Well, that's important, but at the same time, the human life of every individual is important. So what I want to do, and this is just me speaking, I hear everyone, but I also want to say, we have remedies, we have agencies that are in our city, and I'd like to marry them all together, but, and this is not saying that I'm against it, this is not saying that I'm for it, but I want to see our staff get together, review the Fresno policy, review our policy, marry it together, get the agencies that we have, the Delfinas, the outreaches we have, and let's push to say, hey, we are concerned, but at the same time, we want to navigate people to a certain agency so they can get help. But at the same time, we are giving them the ability to either go for it, and if not, they have, and the structure of the fines, they need to be restructured. The $100 fine, I think it needs to be, I think we need to discuss that, because there has to be other things, because if an individual's getting finances from the federal government, the state, or the county, and they're not following the laws, that should be something that we should be bringing, or do we have that ability? And the only reason why I say this is because it is a very important issue, but it's also an important issue for us individually to represent our district and represent the good people, the bad people, the people with need, the people that need help, and everybody. So for me, I'm for it. I just like for you guys for all of us to get a little more clarity into how we're gonna legislate this, so we can give the officers, the fire department, everybody the ability, the tools to be successful, and also give that individual that needs the individual and the direction where to go.
Okay,
Thank you.
so we got a first and a second to mimic the Fresno ordinance, but to bring it back in a way to the council that's more reflective of Selma.
I just want to ask a quick question in regards to a situation like that for after hours. Don't we have that voucher program where there's a voucher that you can stay at one of the hotels if if you find someone that is in need of help, or I thought there was a voucher program.
There was during the COVID period where
yeah.
the Super 8 Motel was serving as a housing facility. There's also, you might be referring to,
Bill, when Bob Allen was alive, because as a matter of fact, he got the vouchers for 2 individuals that came to my office
right,
that needed
so
help.
you might be are you referring to Section 8 vouchers?
No,
Okay.
no, it was just to stay at the hotel
Okay.
The room key
Uh,
program.
Room key.
Some,
Okay.
it was Selma Cares, yeah, that's who it was.
And so your point about that was, Councilmember?
Well, I'm just asking, is that program still
We
around?
can look
still
into that.
available?
We can look into whether it is or not. But is that something you'd like to incorporate into our ordinance?
That's what we're
or-
saying. I mean,
Okay.
if we have to, in situations where, you know, a person that's probably, I don't know, a runaway, a young person or somebody not necessarily on drugs, but maybe has some trouble at home, doesn't know where to go, maybe needs to find a place for, so
Right.
that then they can get her to the right place to get her help, or maybe take her back home. Who knows? I don't know.
But yeah.
I'm just
and
asking.
So I think these are kind of the things that I think probably still need to be vetted and discussed more thoroughly, you know, if we're talking about a homeless ordinance. But I think the point is well taken, where if we want to bring back something that closely reflects Fresno's and then continue to add to it, you know, as we go and more things are discussed, or we just want to have one big discussion and then decide what to do and then pass that. I mean, it's up to the council.
Yeah,
Okay.
and just to add, ultimately, I mean, the discussion is appropriate to be had together, but I do think that those two things, the resources and the help and the anti-camping ordinance have to be addressed separately, because if we start putting stuff in the ordinance about addressing, for instance, penalties requiring, drug testing, or, you know, the room key program, things like that, it starts becoming a homeless ordinance, and that's what we don't want to do.
That's
to
not
stay
true.
within the
That's not true. Prop 36 is no. You gotta address remedies too. We're trying to help these people too. So we want the ordinance first to address the anti-camping. That's great. That's not gonna
Correct.
solve the problem. Well, all of us here wanna solve the problem, and that's not just criminalizing homelessness. That's having treatment built in to remedies as well. And if we run a legal exposure of helping people, well, darn it, too bad. So, I mean, I think we need to look at everything, and based on what we pass, you're gonna give us your legal advice, appreciate that. But we need to have a solution. What we've done up till now with great legal advice and from the state has failed completely. So let's do this. Let's get this ordinance back. We got a motion on the floor. We got a second. So bring it back, please, to us, and bring the Fresno ordinance back. And then we'll tailor it
We
to
can tailor
Selma.
it,
But I want it to be more than just criminalizing this. I want it to be a better rounded treatment that will actually address the problem and solve the problem, not just be a Band-Aid, because it hasn't worked so far. Would you call the roll, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes,
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
I'm gonna abstain.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the good discussion with that. Good job. Let's take a quick 4-minute break and come back. This will be the last one of the night, and we'll come back. That was a long topic. Stretch our legs. Okay, we're back. And our next topic is item 5 of the regular business agenda, City of Selma Graffiti Task Force. Public Works Director Han.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, and members of of the city. As previously asked in a council meeting, staff was asked to give a report on a graffiti task force for the city of Selma. Going back, the discussion on this would be going back and researching through OpenGov, which is where we obtain work orders from city staff and also from call-ins from the citizens of the public. Between the months of January 1st and the end of June of 2024, there were 45 work orders that had been reported for graffiti and graffiti removal. With working closely with code enforcement, public works staff and code enforcement had removed and abated all of that graffiti as they came in work orders. This is an ongoing thing that we deal with on a daily basis, but we are taking down the graffiti as it's coming in. As reported in a previous meeting, there was concern with graffiti on the dog park. That was the only one that we've really been delayed on because we were waiting on an asset to come back from the shop to take care of that. That has since been remediated. Currently, right now, the recommendations for this is that we are working with internal staff for several different options. Conditioning of new projects for planting plants and shrubs in front of walls. We're looking at possibilities of maybe limiting color schemes that can be used. There's several different ideas that are being kicked around internally as far as how we can try to mandate more cover, I would say, where the graffiti is habitual. So that is an ongoing process that we are working through with Assistant City Manager Keen and Community Development, Building Department, and that would be, and engineering, that would be for conditioning of new projects. So the recommendation at this time, we are keeping up with the graffiti. It is quite a task, and it's an ongoing thing daily. But at this point in time, I feel the recommendation is to continue working with city staff. I think that conditioning for these projects, which will actually block out the opportunity for the graffiti to take place, is the #1 point where we should start. The cinder block walls that you've all seen, all of the ones that are being tagged, wood fences at private homes, church walls, they are basically canvases. They're wide open and it's giving an opportunity for that to be a quick tag and they're out of there. Staff feels that by conditioning these projects a little different for future development, that is going to be the starting point for combating the graffiti issue. Public Works staff and code enforcement will continue to abate the graffiti as it comes up. I can tell you that code enforcement has been doing a lot of graffiti removal on street signs as they're driving around town. So they have been given tools and chemicals from the Public Works Department, and they are also helping combat that as they do their rounds during the day and write code violations. So my recommendation again would be to continue working with community development, internal staff, and develop conditioning and direction for new development to start screening those areas. And that's all I have. I'll answer any questions that you have at this time.
I was the one that brought this up, so I appreciate the report. This is not a knock on Public Works at all or code enforcement. You're doing a great job. This is how can we even move forward as a city and have zero tolerance for graffiti? Because in the past, we've had graffiti that has stayed around a bit longer. Not saying it's happened lately. You're usually on it, but you know, the case with the dog park was, well, it's a good neighbor fence and maybe we're not allowed to, you know, remove the graffiti on that. So what I want to do, and I think what our community wants to do and tells me they want to do, is we want to just get this removed as soon as we see it. You know, we don't want it to hang around a while. We don't want it to be around a week or two. We want it done. I just had a text from somebody about graffiti at Cattlemen. So like you say, Director Hahn, this is a problem that is never going to go away, but it's something to manage it. and engineering the walls is a great way of doing it. I think that's great. And also, putting plants in front of it. Those are really good risk control and risk remediation efforts that are great. And I think they're part of what the task force is here to do. I think the conception of the task force is not as much on the public sector as the private. And what I'm hearing is, you know, if we could just go to the city and get some spray paint, that would great. We could take care of our own fence and we could take care of our own walls and we could do it. But there is an expense associated with that. I know the Public Works is great with the sandbags or the dirt bags, as they're more accurately known during flooding. The Public Works provides that. Why not provide cans or ways to remediate that graffiti for citizens who request it? And of course, you would log it and you would find out who's taking it so that they're not taggers themselves. But it would be something that would help our citizens to jump right on it for themselves, rather than having Public Works have to come out and, in the middle of the day, take away from their schedules and cover up that. And then the expense of going through accounting and billing those citizens for that, put in the hands of the citizens to clean their own. That's one of the ideas of the task force.
So currently, I'll remind council that we have gotten a partnership started with Home Depot and also with Nelson's Hardware. Home Depot is willing to donate 5 gallons a month of paint of choice, the color of our choice. And Nelson's Hardware has also stepped up and offered they've donated 5 gallons. They haven't said they donate more, but I'm sure that they would be more than willing to help the community out and donate. Problem we're having, sir, is that example, when we first started the relationship with Home Depot, we had a private fence, wood fence. It was painted olive green. And the guys tagged black paint all the way down the fence. The gentleman came to Public Works and he said, listen, I understand the ordinance says that we have to take care of it. I haven't had a job in 3 months. I'm more than willing to paint the fence if you supply the paint. So we got him the paint. We only got him a gallon because that's all he needed to cover it up, to brush it over. Within a week of painting that fence, they came back and not only tagged what he had already painted, they went all the way down 80 feet down the side of his fence. The gentleman came back to us and asked us, can I get some more paint? The problem is that we had to have that specially mixed by Home Depot. They were more than willing to do that for us because it wasn't a standard color, white, black, brown, beige. It was an olive green color. So we've already ran into a situation where we've gotten the paint donated and he's painted it, and they come, as soon as you paint that, Mr. Mayor, it's like a canvas. Within 2 days, they're back. Just a quick example, the dog park, that was the last council meeting. That was a topic we discussed. We got the pressure washer back on Friday of the week of the council meeting. The following Monday, my crew went out there and within 3 hours, they had the wall clean. 3 days ago, so it was Friday of last week, I got a phone call from one of my staff members. Somebody had gone back out to Thompson. They had pulled the cover off of the street light. They had cut the power to the street light, the only light that lights the fence going into the dog park. And the next day, the whole wall was tagged again. So the problem we're having is that as soon as you paint it, they're back and paint it again. So getting the paint supplied to us to allow homeowners to paint their fence, one of the things that we're talking about, discussing internally with staff about conditioning is, could we get to a point where the city for new developments, it's hard to go back retro. People who exist here, they already have their paint schemes, their houses are painted, fences are painted. Conditioning for new projects, new tract home developments. Is there a way that we can limit the color schemes? Those are the types of discussions we're having internally regarding the graffiti task force. That allows us to be more in control of the supply of the paint. We're not going and asking for a special mix of pink or yellow or olive green. They're standard colors. So just to go back to what you were discussing, sir, we are trying to get on it immediately. That was a special circumstance with the pressure washer being gone. But some of these things we're talking about through conditioning, color schemes, those are the things we're working on to try to facilitate combating this in a more efficient manner. I don't know how else to put that.
That's great. And that needs to exist within a zero tolerance attitude for the city and for the citizens towards graffiti, because this thing of, well, they're gonna go out and cut the power and they're gonna put their gang, and let's step up patrols there. Let's beat them. Let's fight them where they live. Because this is obviously a gang thing. So let's increase patrols around there. That is a turf thing. I know we went out and we sprayed, there was a tag near the Greenwood Apartments right there on McCall, near the mall, near United Market. They never came out again. We painted that. We went out on a Labor Day weekend and we did it. And, we asked for forgiveness rather than permission. Sorry, but it sure looked better. And you go out there tonight and you drive by there, there's no graffiti there. And they never came back and did it again. So, I know there are examples where they're coming out and they're graffitiing, and I see that. That's gonna happen. But I think the majority of the time, if you show there's a zero tolerance and it's our city and it's not the taggers, then I think we prevail. I do. And I think that's important. And I think that's the whole point of the task force, is that perspective of, we're not going to tolerate this and we're going to fix it. And we're going to give them the green paint that they need if they need to. But in the future, we're going to regulate those color choices so it is more efficient. I totally agree with that. I think that's really smart. But for right now, we're going to fight it wherever we see it. That's
Agreed,
the
Mr.
point of
Mayor.
the task force.
Agreed. And we're attacking it as the work orders come in, or as we get a phone call, hey, the sign's tagged, the bathroom's tagged. We're addressing those issues immediately. We're not waiting on them. I can tell you just real quick to finish up, today, and Cannon is aware of this, Commander Cannon. We had to close the bathrooms at Lincoln Park and at Berry Park at about 10:45 this morning, because my staff had gone in there last Friday, and both those bathrooms cleaned graffiti. And when they went back today, they were, the whole inside of the bathroom's tagged. So we actually locked the bathrooms and notified PD that they were going to be locked in case they got a phone call, and the reason for them being locked out. So we're addressing them as soon as they happen, but it's an ongoing everyday battle. So.
Definitely. Did council have any comments for Director Hahn before we open it up to the public?
I do. Okay. I'm just wondering, like that scenario you gave in regards to that property owner with the fence. And he's back like 3 times. Okay. Maybe something like that, you can say, we've done this 3 times now. Maybe you would like to consider going with this type of paint, because the next time we're not gonna be able to do it. Because what I was thinking is maybe even for those folks, because I've heard this before with elderly people that their fence gets tagged. It's not their fault. And I'm just wondering, is there any way that we can do like a fund, 2,500, 5,000 for situations like that? Because we don't want to put another burden on an individual or a citizen, because they didn't do it. Someone did it. But they're too elderly, or they're sick, or they just don't have the means to go get paint, and I get it. They can call you, but I'm just wondering, maybe we could do a fund to help compensate some of that money, or if it goes over that Home Depot's giving us or Ace is giving us, and you'll have that fund to work with.
Well, that's something council can definitely consider, but I can tell you that what you started with when you started asking the question is, I think that once the city staff comes up, if we come up with color schemes, a minimal or a select few colors that are allowed to be used, when that guy does call back for the 3rd time, then we can actually go and say, okay, listen, so the city, these are the paints that are allowed on property perimeter fences. If you change it to white, we'll give you the paint and you can spray it over. If you want to stay with green, you've got to go buy the paint.
Right.
Because we can't, so it'll be a little easier, I think, to enforce once we instate that policy internally. Because then we can go and say, this is the city's policy. We've given you paint 2 or 3 times.
Right.
We can't do it no more. So pick one of these 3 colors. So,
Okay,
Mhm,
good idea.
I agree.
The public have anybody have any comment about graffiti? Come on up.
Santiago Segura. I think the task force is a great idea, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because they would be able to take care of that person calls. Instead of somebody going out from the city, somebody can go and over there and say, you know what, take pictures, whatever. And why wait till the third time? If they got tagged really bad, just tell the person, hey, you know what? We're willing to give you the paint to paint it a certain color, you know? Know what I'm saying? Task forces work great, because also they can identify places that have been tagged and they can, you know, bring it to, Public Works or whatnot to, you know, to take care of it. I don't see why there's an opposition to a task force. I mean, and it's not an attack on Public Works or anything. It's just a better way to work on the problem. You know what I mean? I mean, look at the dog park was reported by a citizen, right? You see it, you report it. The task force will be able to, you know, you call and say, okay, this is whoever's in the task force, they get a call, they go out there, identify the issue, they bring it back, and within, you know, with everybody's help, everything could be done quicker, faster, and we can resolve the issues. So that's just my opinion, but, you know, I don't have the final word, so.
Rose Robertson, Selma deserves better. They really, really do. So when we start getting this graffiti that's near our children's schools, we need to have these programs in place. Meaning, when maintenance goes home, there should be a program in place where citizens are involved. We were ready to go do the dog park, and we would have. If children were gonna walk down to Eric White eventually, very soon, they don't need to see that. We've done it before, we'll do it again. Get some programs in place that you're allowed to sign some waivers, and we'll come do it. Get yourselves involved, get the city of Selma involved with some judges in Fresno, and get them over here with some community service. They're probably the same ones tagging. Let's let them clean it up as well. But we'll join in if we have to. We don't have a problem. We will do it every day if we have to, every weekend if we have to. You know why? Because this is our town. This is our city, and we should have it cleaned up for our kids. They don't deserve this. Our citizens does not deserve this. After a couple times, this is the paint you get, because this is the paint that's donated. We will paint it every day. We will stay on it. So we will help our maintenance workers here. We will help them sign some waivers. We did it for 8 years at the shelter with community service. You know, the kids at the schools need to make up homework. They need to be involved in the community for services. We can all do this together. Thank you.
Jim Avilo, 1701 Dinuba. Okay, the greeting task force, I'm in favor of it because there was an incident Saturday on the property that I manage, and PD contacted me right away, and this individual was caught real fast, and the only people that are graffitiing our community, all these, we had to put a more of a teeth on these rascals. You know, I mean, they're tagging property, private property, businesses and whatever. We have to put a city ordinance on it. Hey, if we're doing an encampment, we're gonna do it with a graffiti. All right? And we'll put if we see an individual or someone sees an individual and they can identify them, we'll put a reward out. Catch this individual. They get them on video and everything. Hey, we got you on video, everything. Hey, two things are gonna happen. A heavy fine or go back over there and cover it up. Most embarrassing thing is when you have to go back and cover it up. They're not gonna do it again. Cause I already know that happened back in the days when, an area where people were fully, how would I say it? Were proactive and a task force of graffiti. And we should bring it back, be proactive. We have to be proactive. If you allow this to take place, it's gonna get worse. It shows territory, you just gotta put a stop to it. Homeless encampment, this too, it's a start and a beginning. All I gotta tell you, gotta be, once again, gotta use your common sense in the deal. Thank you.
Anybody else?
My name is James. I live in that Nebraska area. I was the one that mentioned about the dog park last meeting. My suggestion, don't do white. Don't use white paint. Family, what's funny, family painted their fence that lives next to the dog park. They painted their fence white. This was white way before it was even a dog park. They painted their fence white, got tagged up, repainted it up again white, got tagged again, and they just painted it brown. And now they have shrubbery growing over it. I do like the fact that plants from over that wall would be great. And that's pretty much all I have, really. Don't use white paint colored, and because white's a blank canvas kind of thing.
Anybody online or on the phone with a comment?
Stella Ramirez, South California. Um, District 4 chose as your district. And I wanted to say that when you go into the barrio there, off of the new gas station that opened up, the store Estrella, that's right across Washington, they just painted that store and it was tagged probably within days. And it's tagged right now if you go over there and you look at it. The other thing that was tagged was also the donation for the clothes that where you insert, you open up the slot and you put the clothes in there. That was also tagged. So right when you're coming in into District 4, you already start seeing this. And it's embarrassing because we have people coming from out of town to go to Sal's Mexican restaurant to have dinner, to have lunch, breakfast, and that's the first thing they see. As you go to Nebraska, you go around the curve along the freeway. It's been there for months. I think since maybe February, there's tennis shoes hanging on the wires. Do you know what that means? That means territory. But when they see that rival, they go there and they tag to say it doesn't matter about your tennies don't matter. So, get those tennies down because that's what creates this. That's what starts this. Then drive-by shootings and the list just goes on. So Joe, your District 4, get out there, look around, go through the alleys. You guys get involved with your districts because that's what it's about, right? That's why you were voted in. So I just wanted to bring that to the table. Thank you.
Brian Ceballos. Who remembers the DARE program? That was like back in the 90s, right? I don't want to go with my age, but why can't we do something like that, similar, here for the city of Selma? Get our youth involved. Hey, don't do that because you'll get in trouble. It won't, it won't bring you anything good in life. Let's teach them the right way. Get them involved, like some of the citizens said. Why can't we bring involve the police as well? Show them, what, when you grow up, when you grow up, become a police officer, become a firefighter, et cetera, et cetera. Teach them the right way. Don't teach them, the wrong way, the going down the wrong path. So I think that would be really good for the youth as well. Maybe also budget something into to help the citizens as well, like elderly, single parents that don't have those funds to go and buy paint to, paint their fence or the houses or what have you. Because it's not their fault, like Councilmember Guerra said, it's not their fault. So I would love to have a budget for that specifically. Of course, sticking to the right paints. You know what? We only have a certain amount of paint. Pick your color. So thank you.
Anybody online or on the phone?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
So bringing this matter back to council, it's a information and discussion items, but I think all these comments are great, and people who can't afford to get rid of the graffiti that may have been placed on their property or shoes on the line there, marking the territory is their territory, just because they don't have, or maybe they're disabled, maybe they can't take the trash to the front. Maybe they can't remove the graffiti because they're physically unable to do that. We can help them as a community, right? And this task force is people who could help. Are members of the community who can't help themselves to get this graffiti done. And maybe Public Works can't get out there on the weekend because they're understaffed. They do a great job of doing public property, but they don't do private property unless they have to. And then it entails a lot of public costs to do that. So why can't we do our own graffiti and get rid of that and get rid of this blight on our town? Because it does, as the speaker said, it makes our town look bad. And we have pride in our town. No, we're not going to let it go. We should have zero tolerance for what brings our town down, doesn't make it look good. Because we work hard for what we have, and we want to set a good example for our kids, for our next generation. So that's the point that I brought this up about the task force, having some money, a pot of money, $2,500 for citizens to be able to draw on if they don't have the funds to clean their own graffiti. And then a group of volunteers, and I can tell you, I already talked to Leslie Nelson. She goes and does trash cleanups quarterly, and she's willing to get involved on this in terms of taking graffiti. And I'll bet there are people in this who are sitting here tonight who will help and to get rid of this graffiti and this blight on our city. So that's why I brought this up. In terms of the city, we can't really regulate the volunteers, but what we can do is I'd like to bring this matter back to allocate some money of some budget. I'd like to budget some money, 2,500, for the removal of graffiti that people could draw on and actually get from Public Works in the future. Is there consensus on that, to bring that back, to allocate some money for graffiti in the future? Or do you have a problem with that?
No, I'm just reading the
Shaking your head.
report. I'm reading the report and it says that we already do that. I mean, it's not, there's no money allocated other than a budget. I'm just trying to understand, because I think that's what the staff report says, is that they already do that. They just don't have a monetary amount on here.
They
That's
don't
what
do
I,
private property.
they work with, we work with property owners to help them properly remove graffiti and have established positive working relationships with local paint vendors such as Home Depot to provide no-cost paint to homeowners to cover graffiti.
So as I said,
So-
status quo is fine. This is to improve on the status quo, to have some funds there that citizens could draw on, not necessarily go to Home Depot and go through that. Maybe they don't want to go to Home Depot. So if they could get cash and, show that they're using it to remove graffiti, I think it would be something positive for this city to do. So I'm asking for a consensus to bring that back. $2,500, not a whole bunch of money compared to what this council has spent in other ways. So is there a consensus to bring this item back, to allocate that small amount of money for people to clean their property to make our city look better? We've
So
got one yet.
So let me just give my input without getting insulted, because a conversation insulting your fellow council members, asking, you spent more money in elsewheres, and asking us that.
I dispute your characterization of
So,
my comments
right now
as
I'm
an
speaking-
insult, council member.
Right now I'm speaking and I'm asking for a little respect.
Well, give some, and you'll get some. Okay,
This right now is informational. If you want to put on the agenda for $2,500 for us to give out to the community members so they can go buy paint, put on the agenda and we'll talk about it. I would like to entertain when I put my agenda item, it would be to add the money to our city staff. So let them set up some funds and set some paint dialogue or some dialogue in regards to some specific paint structures that we can start maintaining, that they could all be taken care of. We can't just give public money away the way. So in regards to that, Mr. Mayor, I welcome your interpretation of what I've just read. But this is an informational item, so if you want to add an agenda, just wait for the agenda item and add it.
we can do that, or we can add it now. I think there's a consensus. So do we have a consensus to add this as a future item? Why wait? When this item directly would lead into having some allocation of public money to clean the property of private citizens.
I'll
Is
vote
there no
yes.
con-
I will vote yes if you
Okay.
added to have a discussion either or and have our staff, Public Works, come with a recommendation of how they could utilize the 2,500 so they can go ahead and do the work for us.
I mean, that's either or, yeah, I mean, it could be Public Works, but the idea is for citizens to be able to do it when Public Works can't. So that's my idea, council member.
Mr. Mayor, right now you're asking for a vote and I've just given you that. I'll give you my vote. We can have that dialogue when you have it on the agenda and we'll talk about that later.
So we can add, okay, so just to narrow this down, this is a consensus to add a future agenda item, and I am aware that that's coming up. But right now, we would add a future agenda item to allocate $2,500 for either Public Works or the citizens themselves to clean graffiti on their private property. Does that sound good? Great, so that's third vote. Mayor Pro Tem, that's 4. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I saw you shaking your head earlier. So are you saying yes, council member?
Everybody's a yes.
Yes,
Great.
I'm saying yes.
Okay, thank you for that consensus. So with that, we'll move on to our last item, which is Animal Services Center activity update and information about operating hours.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. We appreciate the opportunity to share the progress. So we'll start with a little video. Hold that. We'd like to begin with a piece that ABC 30 ran in response to a social media post regarding standard of care at the shelter. Got it. So this slide will show you 3 pictures of a fully insulated main building. This gives us the ability to manage climate regardless of outside temperatures. When summer temps outside reach 108, we are still a comfy 83 inside the building. This particular slide will show you vinyl posters that hang on the front of the kennels to reduce stress and disease transmission. Minimizing visual stimuli lowers the energy level. It also helps block any kind of organic matter that come kind of flying out. And they're just really cool colors. These are the 2 extra AC units to assist the main unit with maintaining acceptable temperatures. Thank you, Director Hahn. Slide on the left is a brand new freezer specifically donated for enrichment supplies. This thing can hold a whole lot of peanut butter stuffed frozen Kongs. And on the right is an eye wash station to keep staff safe when dealing with our chemicals. This is a rockin' new van. Big, clean, climate controlled. The van does it all. It runs calls for service, it transports animals to rescue, transports animals to vet appointments, it hauls dog and cat food. It's our off-site event workhorse, and we love it. Both these pictures are our larger play yard. Catch pen has been raised and secured. Ground has been leveled and the holes filled. Trees have been trimmed. Lawn gets mowed every Friday. A huge shout out to Public Works because they've done some phenomenal work on just creating like a park-like setting and a little bit safer and a lot more secure for the dogs that use that facility. On the left is just a whole lot of donations from the public. Very, very generous. Sheets, blankets, towels, and we will absolutely use all of them. That also allows us to throw a bunch of stuff that's got holes and stuff away where we don't have to use some really nasty stuff. So again, very much appreciated from all the donations. The picture on the left is our new double swing gate. We replaced the rolling gate to one to give more public access. If you look closely, you can see Aubrey, one of the techs, waving to you. This gate setup allows you to drive right on in, and we absolutely encourage that. I don't know this guy, but hugging a cat is an excellent idea, so do it. QR code goes back to our website. And lastly, during July 1st, 2024 council meeting, Mayor Robertson requested a discussion on the feasibility of opening the animal shelter on Sundays. City staff has reviewed this request and noted that best practices for animal shelters typically recommend being open to the public 6 days a week. Very few exceptions exist, primary exemptions being rather large shelters that typically have campuses that offer classes, retail stores, and other services, and typically they don't have animal control contracts. We detailed shelter hours from Madera to Tulare County, and all have at least 1 day closures, and the majority of them actually are closed 2 days a week. Additionally, Selma Animal Services Center hours are significantly more extensive compared to the former animal shelter contractor. By contrast, the city hours are Monday through Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., with Sunday being the only day closed. It's important to note that what is being referred to in this analysis is a 1 day closure to the public. The shelter is closed to the public. Staff are still on site performing critical functions. Maintaining a 1 day closure to the public per week allows dedication by staff to handle critical staff that ensures the shelter operate efficiently. Examples are completing larger projects, deep cleaning vehicles, cage banks, parking lot, etc. Training and assessment and movement of animal population, ensuring proper care and organization. We run play groups. We can run bigger play groups. We conduct small repairs and site adjustments. Sorry, Mike. Filling holes, repairing crates, repairing little pieces of fence and just general equipment that we use. We update databases at this time too. We manage cases. We are updating intakes, lot of database cleanup, medical records, licensing, et cetera. We also use the time to correspond with rescue organizations and adoption inquiries. We use it to schedule spay and neuter appointments, coordinating essential medical services, and just a general organization of the facility. Gives us some time to, gives us a downtime for the animals as well as the people, where our only focus is the site. And I'm certainly here for any questions that you have for me.
Thank you. Since I requested this, I'll lead off with some questions for you, Director. One, do you have an animal control officer at the shelter?
Yes.
How many? I'm sorry?
One.
Thank you. And then are they on duty 8 hours a day, 6 hours a day? What's their schedule, Director?
Their schedule is 8 to 4 Monday through Saturday. So there are calls for service run Monday through Saturday.
Okay, so Sunday and Monday is what happens with the animal control officer?
Monday through Saturday, 8 to 4 are when field calls are run. Off hours are patrol from PD.
So Sunday, there's no ACO, is that correct?
Sunday, field calls are answered by PD. So yes, they are answered, but not by animal control staff.
Field calls, and what does a field call mean?
Call for service, anything that comes in.
About, let's say 3 a.m., an animal is hit on Dinuba and in pain. What happens when they need
PD responds to
someone?
emergency, and then they have protocol to assess, and if the dog or the cat, dog or cat needs to go to any kind of medical place, they are heading to 24/7. We have an account at 24/7 emergency vet hospital.
Okay. So you're saying that's happening?
Yes.
The PD is taking injured cat or dog to an emergency.
If they are
clinic.
aware and they've picked it up, yes.
Okay. So do you have an ACO on a rotating basis, or do you have one animal control officer on just for 6 days? Is that correct?
That is correct.
The same animal control officer, or does someone fulfill 2 roles?
They will rotate shifts, and if there are non-emergency calls, we'll dispatch somebody else. If it's a detained dog or something that's kind of, it's a non-emergency, we will dispatch maybe a tech to go do that. That's a little bit of why we adjusted some of the components to the new job description.
Okay, so just so I understand, you have an animal control officer that shifts roles, so someone who may be a kennel tech, may be an animal control officer for one of the other days.
They would do animal control tasks if it was a low-level task, like a detained dog of some sort.
But only for their shift, so they wouldn't come back and be on rotation in the event that they needed to come out and do something for the shelter. It would be up to PD off hours.
Off
take
hours
care of that.
emergency is handled by patrol. Correct.
And that happens every day.
Yes.
Okay.
From 4 p.m. to 8 a.m.
And then as what we heard a couple weeks ago was that on a Sunday, it was very hot and the misters were not turned on because they make the parking lot, they flood the parking lot.
Misters are on, and sometimes they're on a timer and sometimes they're on manual because we have to adjust what population is outside. There are a lot of factors that determine when we're going to use them and when we're not going to use them. I will say that when we arrived at the facility, they were not operable, and they are operable now.
What do you mean when you arrived at the facility? On Sunday or Monday this week, or what do you mean?
I'm speaking about January 1st when we arrived at the site.
Oh, January, okay. I'm talking about right now. So we're talking
I
about right
also am
now. And
talking about right
policies
now.
and policies and procedures.
Yes.
Right now, if we could
Misters
just keep it
are
on the current city-run animal shelter, I'd appreciate
yes,
that.
misters are on a timer or they're manual. It depends on the population outside, the temperature, and a whole lot of factors.
So we saw in the check register today that there are 4 animals that were euthanized that weren't labeled that way. How many dogs and cats, to your knowledge, have been euthanized since the city started to run the animal shelter, took over the animal services? Do you have a number?
I would probably say, no, I do. Do I have an exact number? No, but I can certainly give you that.
We can
Like-
follow up with that information. Yeah, just to give a more exact number, if we don't have the information, there's no use
Let me
giving
go,
wrong
ask
information.
a different way. How many of those animals were euthanized for space? I'm not interrogating, city manager. I'm asking questions. I brought this,
It's our job.
this was my topic that I brought because I do have an interest in this topic, as many people who showed up and waited till 10 o'clock tonight. So I'm asking questions on behalf of the public who've asked me many of these, excuse me? I'm asking these questions on behalf of the public.
Okay, Mayor?
Thank you.
Mhm.
So I'll continue with asking questions that I'm legally entitled to do. So, Director Rockhold, let me go back. Have there been animals that have been euthanized for space?
Yes.
Any ballpark, how many? No?
I can't give you that.
Okay, I'll ask later. I'll ask
And
for
I
a
will give it
report.
to you later.
Okay. And do we have is there a policy and procedure that the shelter uses for, to judge whether or not the care that animals receive? And that if they're euthanized, what circumstances under which they're euthanized?
You've asked me two questions. You've asked me if there's policies and procedures for care, and then if there's policies and procedures for assessments on euthanasia decisions. Yes, on both accounts.
Okay. And those are written
Yeah.
that we could take a look at. Okay, thank you. Not interrogating, just asking questions, that I think a lot of people have had questions about. So thank you for answering. Much
I
appreciated.
welcome the questions. I just need them to be clear.
Does, thank you. No, same with the answers. Does council have any questions for Director Rockhold this time before we open up the matter to the public?
I do, Director Rockwell. I just have a quick question. This is, when it used to be Second Chance Animal Shelter, they did do a volunteer work for high school students that needed extra credit. And this was brought to my attention again. Is that something that the city's going, or, you guys going to allow for students to be able to do volunteer work there so they can get extra credit?
Yeah, absolutely. We actually have already engaged in that. We've actually had group through our program, and absolutely.
So the school is aware that they know that they can do this? Okay, because they just brought it to my attention just recently, so I just didn't know if they weren't aware because they brought it to my attention.
Well, yeah, we've spoken to several of them, and we've actually, again, had one kid already through, so it's a great program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions for Director Rockhold before we open it up to the public? With that, we'll open the matter up to the public. Does anyone have a question or a comment at this time?
Santiago Oseguera. Interesting to note, the person that was interviewed on that video, she said she went on Monday, but the issue that came up wasn't on Monday. It was on Sunday. There was also, an interview done by the people who brought the actual complaint, but funny, they didn't show that one. I wonder why. Two. I don't know what's going on, but we were told in the beginning when the city took over that there weren't gonna be any animals euthanized to make space. Yet we heard it from the director that they are killing animals to make space. I thought they didn't have that many animals. Are we killing them to make space for Fowler and Kingsburg? But I'm trying to understand why everything's changed. There's a lot of questions that we have about this shelter, the way it's being run, We putting in, you guys decided to put in a lot of money, for salaries and for whatnot, and yet there's a lot of issues that keep coming up. I mean, killing animals is not the answer. You know, it's never been the answer. The previous people, they took care of whether they had a lot or whatever, you know, they rarely killed any animals. And now we're killing them to, you know, there's gotta be at least 8 or 10 that have been euthanized already, or more maybe. Those reports need to be done, and we need to be made aware of what's going on. Also, the procedure and guide, I requested a PRA, and I was told that they don't have a procedure and guide for the shelter. Just heard it, they do. I want to get that PRA responded to because it is my right as a citizen and it's a public request and it's the law. So I need to get that. If you want to put that on the record, please. You know, and I'm not blaming it on the city, the person who does it, but if it exists, I want a copy. It is my right as a citizen and it's the law. So please stop trying to avoid the law and do your job. Thank you.
Stella Rivera, Southern California. First of all, city manager, can you please stop interrupting the mayor when he's speaking? Show more respect. When this is already like 2 times that this happened tonight, when he's asking questions to someone, you interrupt him and you need to let him speak. He's not addressing you, he's addressing the person that he's
Can we
speaking
keep
with.
the comments?
I'm
directed
just,
to the
I know,
council?
I'm just
Thank you,
saying,
ma'am.
because it's rude.
To clarify, council, I was not addressing the mayor on any comments while he was speaking or anybody was speaking. I was addressing the councilman next to me. Thank
See,
you.
but I can't hear when, I wanted to hear her respond, and I can't hear when he's talking over you. That's why I'm saying. So, okay.
The
Second-
comment was to stop interrupting the mayor, so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Can we not interrupt the speaker? Ma'am, please
Okay.
proceed.
All right, so I'm gonna piggyback off of what Santiago said. With euthanizing, I did not know that that was happening. Where are the stats of these dogs? How many dogs do we have a month? We haven't seen stats, we haven't seen reports, we haven't seen anything. Also, as like Santiago said, where's the backup? You're euthanizing dogs, there's names to those dogs. Why did they get euthanized? Specifically, in detail. Did they have cancer? What did they have? And I don't want those reports coming from the director, from the shelter. I want to see those reports coming from the doctor, from the place that euthanized them. Why? That's what I want to know. I was at the cemetery a few days ago, and there was a husky, long hair. And I called and I said, you know what? There's a dog here. Can you come and pick him up? I don't know who answered. And they said, oh, we'll be over there, you know, because I have a couple of calls in front of you. I said, it's okay, I'll wait here. They said, no. And so I said, okay, fine. So I hung up. Did they go? I don't know. But I don't think they did. That's why their numbers are low, because there are dogs everywhere in Selma. There's always on Facebook, they're always complaining, and I see it myself. That's what I just told you. This isn't the first time it's happened before. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
You all know who I am. So I pulled the CalCard charges for 5/23/24 to 06/22/24. And for the shelter, we had 33 charges totaling $5,258 from the director, Holt. So the law states that when you do this, and this is going to prove on not having a financial director. When you do these charges, I will be PRAing every single one of these. And when you turn this in, you should have the receipt attached when you sign that check. These should be on there as the invoice as well. So we can see every itemized. The Home Depot, obviously, I don't know if those were the drum fans or not, for $997. But I thought we did get a brand new, spanking brand new AC unit in that shelter. But I would like to confirm that too. But for example, we go to Tractor Supply a whole lot. There's one charge, and these are charges 6/4, 6/4, 6/4, all the same day. But there's a charge there for Tractor Supply Animal Care. That's all you see, animal care, $624.16. So when I request the PRA, I'd like to see what was on that receipt. We citizens have every right to look at every charge. So I will be requesting that. The max amount, 120,000 for the director, that's, that's a lot of money. We didn't even get that for the year when we ran the shelter. And guess what? We paid for our own workers' comp. You heard the amount that I announced, $879,000 quarterly, that now the shelter is going to be on workers' comp. The nonprofit used to pay for their own workers' comp. I don't understand what's going to happen when this only one ACO gets bit. The other person gets bit. We had dog bites all the time. What's going to happen when they're both going to be bit on this workers' comp? Thank you.
Mayor, just a reminder, the matter that was agendized and is in the staff report is with regard to discussion of Sunday hours for the shelter as well as an activity update.
Thank you. I also requested and specifically mentioned that it would be about the operations, and you agreed that it would also be about the operations, which include the financing of the operations city manager, so that it's within the purview, in my opinion,
Well,
of the city, of the
that's your opinion,
citizen
sir,
to
but-
ask questions about the finances around the shelter. Thank you.
Yeah, that's not the matter that was agendized.
I respectfully disagree. Next,
Okay.
please.
Okay, Brian Ceballos. I have a few questions that I want answered by the director, not Fernando, the director. Because every time something happens, he always has to jump in for whatever reason. All right, how many dogs are at the shelter currently as of today? What were the medical records of why they were euthanized?
And these are questions for a future council meeting.
Okay,
Is that
okay.
correct? That we're going
Whatever-
to be brought
whatever
back.
works for
Thank
you
you.
guys, okay. Why does it cost $5,000 in under a month for the shelter? For example, last time, I believe the last time we heard that there was an amount of animals, it was 39, somewhere under 40. So why does it have to cost so much in under a month? Another thing is PD supposedly takes over when the shelter is closed. I called the PD because, like I said, I've said it again. One of my neighbors was loose. I called the PD. They said no, they could not pick up the dog because the dog had to be vicious. So how does that help anybody? So, Director Terry Rockhold comes with no statistics, no medical records. And today I went to the shelter myself because I knew this would be a topic. I got off, I walked the shelter outside. The misters were not on. It was 96 degrees outside. So you guys can't tell me that you guys get in your cars and don't turn on the AC. Yes or no? You turn on the AC, so why wouldn't you turn on the misters for the dogs? Same thing. So to Terry Rockhold, you have no statistics, no medical records, basically no information. You brought a presentation, but guess what? You could not answer any of these questions. So you are a failure at your job, a failure. And I need you to stop with the attitude because it's not appreciated. You're a director, act like one.
Let's
Thank you.
keep the comments towards the council. Thank you, sir. Anybody else with any comments about the animal shelter, the operations, which I specifically asked be included in the agenda item, which they are, including the finances regarding the operations? Sir.
1701 Dinuba Jim Avalos. Okay, the operation hours, they're open on the weekends, am I correct? And they're on Monday and Tuesday, they're differential hours. Am I correct on that? The hours, operation on the animal shelter? It's 8 to 5 every day, right?
No, it's in the agenda. It's in the agenda item. Their hours, sir.
They're, the animal shelters. They're
6
up-
days a week and
Six-
closed Sundays.
Oh, they're not open 7
Wonderful.
days a week?
10 to 4,
Let me
Sundays
ask you a
they're
question. Let me,
closed.
on the, what, we could be open, actually, they could be open 7 days a week with a rotating shift. It could happen. It could work. I know that. It could, I come from a company. You make it work. There's no problem. You have rotating shift and you have, that way it's covered all the time. And that way people can come and adapt, adopt dogs or make, something, make it worthwhile for the people. Cause I feel that it should be open all the time. If you're gonna run this operation, the animal shelter, it's gotta be open 7 days a week. There's no other ways around it, And there's the other issue, when you do this, in the past, we gave this up in the past because seriously, it was a liability issue for the city. And once again, the workman's comp deal, unless the person that's going out to get the dog is fully covered up so the dog won't bite him. And you don't know the situation of the dog either till you get there. So once again, there's a liability is very high there. In the past it was, so again, I caution you. I actually caution you on one of these issues, but it should be open 7 days a week. Honestly, 7 days a week. Thank you.
Anybody with an input on the shelter? We have anybody on the phone or online?
Okay, my name's Kelly Guerra and I live at 2145 Cypress Street. I'm the one that posted that video. And it's pretty funny how when I commented with Channel 30, Cassandra, Harry didn't show it. But what I found funny was on the 4th, when I went, there were no misters on and dogs had no water in the bowls, especially the puppies. Then when the news was there on a working day, they had put more water bowls out and like they were overdoing it, or there was bowls like everywhere all of a sudden now with water. And as well as a few misters on, not going the whole way still, just a few misters that flew that way. So they showed the camera showing the misters turning. Okay. They contradict themselves also saying no misters on because it floods. Yet when I met, and that it floods, which I know it doesn't flood, I've been going there for years and there's drains right there. Misters here, drains there. It's mist. Also, they say that, they turn them on depending on, if it floods or whatever. Well, when I met with the news after on, at 6 PM, the misters were on, but all the employees were gone. So which is it? They're on, they're off, they flood, they don't flood? I don't know. I think we need some straight answers there. Also, that I showed my video. You can go on there. You can see my video showing everything that was there. What else do I have? Second, Debbie Forbes had put that 3 weeks ago when she was there, this is a month now when I went, that her post had said, I went to look at dogs about 3 weeks ago. This is a month now when I went. We noticed some misters in place that aren't functioning, but they would drip a little outside of the cages. I asked if they were going to replace those that were non-functional, and I got a yep soon from 2 employees. Unfortunately, I haven't been back. Okay, these misters have been in place from the beginning of summer and been on from there on. It's common sense. You don't have to, they've already have, experience in this, which it's common sense, put the misters on for the dogs. Also, I'd like to know, is the shelter a no-kill shelter, low-kill shelter, or what? How many have been put down since January? And can we get a list of them? You guys have a limit? Do you guys have a limit on how many dogs you can house? If so, how many? Selma, Kingsburg, Feller. How many kennels do you have on site, not including intake or for cats? Lastly was, I ran out of time, but anyways.
Thank you.
I'd like to know the members
Thank-
at Sunday.
Thanks for your
Thank you.
comments. Do we have anybody else who would like to say anything? Do we have anybody on the phone or online who'd like to say anything on this topic?
Ms. Juarez, your line is open.
Good evening. Nydia Juarez, 9829 South Thompson. Just a few questions.
Can you speak up just a little bit, Ms. Juarez? It's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me better?
Turn up her volume, city clerk. Thank you.
Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I just had a couple of questions from the report from the director. Since she seems to be worried about, what the old shelter was doing and how the misters weren't working when we handed off to the new people there. Keep in mind, we closed the shelter in December. So the misters were not exactly a priority to us around December when it's, so cold outside. If they weren't working, that wasn't one of the things that we were pushing for in December. We're trying to get 150 dogs out and adopted. So I'm sorry the misters were inoperable. Another thing, since you said that you're euthanizing for space and we have a new contract with Kingsburg and now Fowler, how is it that we're taking on new dogs from other cities when we're euthanizing for space for our own cities, for our own city dogs? Like, how long are you keeping them? What's the strategy moving forward? Because if you keep taking dogs from Fowler and Kingsburg, you're going to be euthanizing more than 10 dogs a month, I guarantee you, once you start filling up. And how is that humane to these dogs? How are you guys keeping your promise of providing better services since the city took over if now you're euthanizing for space? And we never did. And another point that I want to make is she said we provide less services when we were at in charge of the shelter. We actually provided 24/7 services, ACO services. So if we closed after 5 and we got a PD call after, at 2 o'clock in the morning, we would go to that call because we were contracted to do so. So when we lost the contract and the city took over, they said they would keep the same services or provide better services. And you're not providing better services by cutting down on the hours and having, PD answer these calls when PD doesn't even have a key to the shelter. And that's come up again and again. Hopefully by now PD has a key to the shelter, because when we call in after hours for dogs to get picked up, that's the excuse we get. We don't have a key to the shelter. And that excuse is getting old. We're 8 months into your contract. Stop blaming the old shelter for your failures and start taking responsibility and own up to your mistakes. Thank you.
Ms. Betancourt, your line is open.
Hi, thank you. Lorena Betancourt, Selma. A lot to say about this. So, regarding the video in the beginning, Kelly's right. The video doesn't really represent everything that the citizens were complaining. I personally got a call about the misters not being on, and it was so hot. I went out there myself. I saw that the misters were not on. There was no water. Again, I went the next day when I spoke to the news with Kelly, and the misters were on. It was obvious there was water. That's great. We're glad that the situation got handled. We're happy that the dogs are being taken care of. However, there's so many questions. I pick up dogs myself. I get calls personally. I have reunited dogs with their owners because I'm scanning them because I pick them up myself because the shelter's not answering the phone. PD's not responding. I've called myself to PD and all they say is, we'll let them know. We'll let them know. I've waited when they've said, we'll be there, and nobody shows up. So I take care of the dogs myself. So we're not just complaining to complain. We are trying to figure out what is going on exactly. They're saying one thing to the public that is not true or not accurate. We're receiving different information from them directly, from PD directly, from the community directly. We, the ones that are actually out there doing what they're supposed to, picking up the dogs. If somebody is there on Sundays, why can't somebody go and drop off a dog if it's an emergency, if it's injured, those types of things? That's what we're asking for. Nothing more. We don't care what happened before. We want to work with them as a community. We want to make sure that the dogs are being taken care of. You know, it's just every time we ask questions, we're dismissed or we're just told that, you know, we're complaining. That's not it at all. We're seeing something completely different when we're on the ground. So what exactly is happening? And what Nydia is saying also, yes, now they're saying, or they're stating that dogs are being euthanized. Why are they being euthanized, and why do we have a contract with 2 other cities? How many dogs are at the shelter? How long are they there before they're euthanized? There's just so many questions that are just not being answered. And when asked, they're just dismissed or they get upset about it. I mean, the director was very rude earlier in this conversation. We just want to know what exactly is happening because we're paying a lot of money. And we were promised in the beginning that the service was going to be better, that they're going to get exceptional service for the city. We're not seeing that. We, the citizens that are dealing with the dogs ourselves, are not seeing that at all. Thank you.
Hi, Tanya, your line is open.
Hi, yes, thank you. Um, I'm just wanting to request more animal control officers at various times because 8 to 4 is just, I mean, great for 8 to 4, but a lot of dogs are just loose outside of the hours of 8 to 4, and it's incredibly dangerous. And I've said it before. So whatever we can do to get more effective control of the loose animal population would be great. I don't know if there's any other type of programs or incentives that the city can come up with, if there's like spay and neuter incentives, or I register my dogs every year and I don't know why. I don't know who else does. Like, I'm sure there has to be, but there are so many loose dogs with no tags at all. And for the, I mean, a lot of dogs are, you know, good dogs, but they're just out and it's very dangerous for them to be out in the street like that. And some dogs are not so good dogs and they link up together and they form packs and attack me and my dogs while we're on walks on leash, and my neighbor and her dog while they're on walks on leash. And it's just a danger to the public. So we've had this whole meeting about making Selma, you know, enticing to people who aren't from town, but I think it's important that we make it safe for the people who live here and make it reasonable for people who live here to be able to do that. So I think that's priority. So yeah, if we could just get some more help. And to the previous speaker's point, every time I call, it's outside of the hours of 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. because that's when I walk my dogs. And every time I call, it's to PD and they just say, yeah, we'll try to get a hold of them, but it's after hours. They're not going to get a hold of anybody. And they're not going to send a police officer that's not within his, you know, or her duties. And to somebody else's point, they are not equipped to handle an animal. And then that also puts the animal in danger. So ultimately, my request is, can we get some more animal control officers to actually respond to these calls? Because these dogs aren't safe. That's it for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Else?
Hey, Ms. Sandhu, your line is open.
Yes, Parveen Sandhu, 2477 Country Club Lane. Just wanted to follow back with the director's report. You know, we do get stats apparently on a monthly basis, but the euthanization that's happening, those also needs to be included in the stats. It's great that, you know, X number of dogs are getting adopted, X are getting reclaimed, but we also need to know how many are being put down and how many are being put down for space. You know, if we're euthanizing dogs for space, we should not be entering into contracts with other cities to house their dogs when we don't even have enough space to house the dogs in our city, because City of Selma Animal Services is primarily for the citizens of Selma. Closure on Sundays doesn't help with scheduling appointments with vets because the vets are closed, contacting rescues and such not. I mean, that contacting rescues and all of that, updating records and databases, that's an ongoing thing, and it should be happening as things are happening, as medical cases are coming up. All that information is happening all of the time. And that's why we have directors and management staff there, right? To be doing all of that. That's why we pay them their high salaries. Play groups, ongoing basis. Happens all the time. Dogs are coming in and out of the shelter. You know, different play groups are formed all of the time. So that's not a Sunday activity. Sure, deep cleaning, it's going to happen when the public's not there. It's easier. We've done it. We understand that. ACO services are only provided Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And then PD is supposed to take care of it the rest of the time. Question to, I guess, the police chief and the director of the animal shelter. Is PD staff trained to handle dogs? I don't think that they were, but I don't know if that's part of the academy. I don't think that's a good utilization of our police department to be able to do that. That's why we have the animal shelter and the animal services department. So we need to have more ACO staff to handle animals. You know, emergency calls. Are we having a police officer leave the city and for at least 2 hours to go drop off this animal, because it's a minimum of an hour, 30 minutes there, 30 minutes back. And then if it's a wait, it is an emergency, right? And, you know, we've had staff there for, 5, 6, 12 hours. So should we be having a PD officer out of the city? Probably not a good idea. Bottom line is that we need on-call ACO staff that's trained to be able to handle the dogs in the city. We need to have 7-day services for reclaims, ACO, and for public drop-offs. If the shelter needs to be closed to adoptions, that's fine, but we need better services, as we were promised.
Thank you. Anybody else on the line? With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. If there's no more public input on this, we'll bring this matter back to the council. This is a information and discussion item only, but I hope that it will lead somewhere. I want to thank Director Rockhold for taking the questions and going up there and listening. It certainly wasn't my intention to interrogate you, ma'am. It was asking questions. As you hear from the community, there are many. And this is a new shelter, and we are accepting it, but we are trying to learn more about what you're doing and the policies and procedures. And to that end, I would certainly like to see policies and procedures from the shelter come back to the council on what we heard tonight. I can request that as an agenda item, or I can request it now. Doesn't, whatever council would like to do on that.
I also have something to say in regards to this matter. Mr. Mayor, thank you for bringing it to the council and having it discussed. First of all, I want to tell my staff that you guys are doing a wonderful job. You guys are doing exceptional job, and you guys are doing it. And I know there's been a lot of questioning, and we do have members of our community that are concerned, and I appreciate the concernedness. But one of the questions I have, because I mean, honestly, what we're questioning is the integrity of our staff and what their operational functions have been. And I have a question for the city attorney. Did the Second Chance Animal Shelter ever comply with the information that we were requesting from them?
They have not as of yet, and there is an
Okay, and
open,
you subpoenaed it, or what did you ask?
there's an open lawsuit.
There's an open lawsuit. So, and when we start talking about what our city staff is doing and asking with the credibility of what's going on, and I caution people because at the end of the day, we have people that have been hired to actually do items that represent our community, and our staff is doing what they can to do. So I caution people in general to do accusations without actually having the information, because we have, I respect tremendously my staff. And I want to make sure you understand that you guys' work is hard, and we know it's an election year. We understand the process we have to walk through. But listen to what our city attorney just stated to you, to all my staff. There's an open lawsuit because there's information that was not provided to our city to represent our animal shelter. There's an open lawsuit because it wasn't provided. You guys keep doing the hard work you're doing. We appreciate that. This is just a process that we go through every 2 years because it's called an election. So I respectfully tell every one of you guys, keep doing your hard work, keep your head up. I respect everybody's opinion. I understand you want to attack me personally, but in regards to this matter right now, think of this. There's an open lawsuit pertaining to information that they're asking you to provide. And I know you will, but I want to bring it back respectfully. I ask everyone to just a little tone back the anger and the yelling of our staff, because they're working and they're doing their best for our community. So, Mr. Mayor, I thank you, but at the same time, I just see it going.
Okay, I would just like to add. Okay, obviously, there's some issues. And there is issues because I get these complaints in regards to dogs running around. They call after hours. You guys are gone, you guys are closed, so they're having to call PD. This is constant daily basis, on a daily basis, that PD won't go out. They're not gonna go out. And it's sad. It's really sad because you look around and there's dogs running around all over the place. And we're saying, oh, let's contract with Kingsburg and let's contract with Fowler because they're gonna pay us, but we can't take care of our own problem. I understand what the citizens are upset about because this is our taxpayers' money that we have to pay to run the shelter. And now we're taking on other animals. Let their cities take on their own animals. Have those cities get their own shelter going. They have money. They can do it. We need to take care of Selma. We're on the right track. We're doing things to change, make great changes for our community so that the citizens see that, hey, your voices are not going unheard. It's just working together, and that's what we need to do. Maybe we just can't take on these other cities. Let's take care of our own problem. And honestly, we don't need PD going after dogs. My tax dollars shouldn't be going to a PD officer to go take on a dog. The chief of police went on record, stated he did not want the animal shelter back. He stated that very clear. And then the next thing we know, 2 weeks later, we had an open session again, and his whole demeanor changed. I don't know what happened. But we need to start taking care of Selma, and that's the main concern here. So I think that we need to bring this back. We still need to get this cleaned up because we still have issues. And the issues are going to continue. Citizens aren't going to go away until we get this fixed. And that's just the way I'm sorry, it's got to be, because people's tax dollars are going to fund a shelter now that is costing way over $500,000. So we do need to make some changes, and I think that we need to bring this back.
So this is the topic, the animal shelter, the current animal shelter, not second chance. So I think we're deviating from the topic by talking about Second Chance, the nonprofit that previously operated the shelter, and I think that's another topic for another day. And I'm kind of tired of talking about the previous shelter. Let's talk about where we are right now. Opening Sunday. So Sunday, I think it would be a good thing for the shelter to have reclaim hours on Sunday, because there are some people who work, they work Saturdays. They can't go get their dogs, but get out and get picked up and go to the shelter. So I think Sunday would be a good schedule for reclaim, or a good time for reclaim, say 4 hours. So that's where I think the shelter could excel and be open on Sunday and provide that community service. The second topic that's really come out in the last week or so when this topic came up, which the public wanted to see and wanted to know about their animal shelter, which is why I brought it up, because I'm just listening to the people, is all the dogs that are running around now. So there's an issue with the animal control officer being around. Maybe there's not enough visibility out there, because I'm hearing this more and more. And I think that could be an issue, and I'm hoping that the shelter folks will take a look at that in the future, because, we hear this, we hear people feeling unsafe out there, and if they can't walk their dogs, that's not a good thing. We want them to be safe out there, and we don't want them to worry about being attacked by other dogs or packs of other dogs. Another effect of this agenda tonight is to get written policies and procedures from the shelter, and I can bring that up as a future agenda item at the proper time. So I'll wait on that. But I think that's something important that we get out of tonight, and that's what I heard. So this is an information item only, so that I proposed it, big surprise. So I will bring it up as an agenda item to open the shelter on Sundays for reclaim, and perhaps even have an ACO on duty. But I'll do that at the proper time. So this is an information item, so we will move on now with council's consent to future agenda items. Now that we're done with the regular agenda at 10:45. So does do any council members have any future agenda items at this time they would like to bring back?
I would definitely like to bring back what Mrs. Salas stated in regards to a council member should be able to request anything on the agenda, and it shouldn't have to be voted in by the majority. If I represent a certain district, District 3, and if I have an issue or concerns, and because they don't want to vote my agenda, then my district, my citizens' voices don't matter. So I want to make sure that we can take that off. If any council member has anything they'd like to put on the agenda, they should be able to do that. So that's what I would like to see.
Do we have consensus for that item? I definitely
Is
give
that
consensus.
a handbook item? Where are we at, Megan?
Yes, it's a handbook item.
Didn't we do the handbook last 2 weeks ago? or-
Yes.
Good, then I think we should bring it back. I agree.
So bring it back, take it off the handbook, and let the council member,
I have the handbook right here and bring it
Yeah.
to my meetings. got it
I
right
vote
here.
no.
of course you do.
Yeah.
I vote yes. So 2 yeses, 1 no. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Put it on there. They'll give me another chance to look at it again.
Okay, that's consensus. Mayor Pro Tem Cho, did you want to weigh in on this? I mean, we already have consensus, so. Yeah, are you good with that? Okay,
Bring up
so
more.
we'll bring that back for a future council meeting. Okay, as an action item to change the handbooks of rules and procedures for Selma City Council. I got it right here.
Yeah,
Thanks.
good.
Great, what's that?
Okay, on a future item, I would like to go ahead and bring back the Second Chance Animal Shelter off the legacy list. since it's not around anymore, it is on one of our legacy lists.
I'm okay with it.
You mean the events? Waiving the fees of their events like the Tejano concert?
That's what the main purpose was before, to have it, for the ambulance, that you don't have.
Not really. They're still out there doing animal rescue.
Okay, I have one.
Well, we don't,
Any more?
let's see if we have consensus.
Oh,
1, 2, I vote no.
I vote no.
Okay, so
Okay.
you have consensus.
I'd like to put on the agenda a review from the city attorney in regards to all the matters that we requested prior to the Second Chance Animal Shelter, what they've actually, the discovery, everything they brought that we requested. I'd like for that information brought to us and presented to us, please.
And mine's not a future request, it's more of a, I want to know where we're at with the training for the Brown Act.
Do we have consensus on that? I'm sorry, do we have
Yes.
consensus?
Yes.
Yes.
I vote yes.
I vote no.
Okay.
3-2. And in a related, thank you. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
I just want to know where we're at. I know you're going to be, going out, but, where we're at with the Brown Act, training.
I think you're just waiting for it to be scheduled. I can do it anytime. I mean, obviously not when I'm literally in the hospital, but.
Yeah. No, I just, it's been on the back of my mind that we haven't done that yet. Thank you.
Yeah, we can schedule it whenever. I can't remember where we landed on that, if we were gonna wait till after, when we get, like after the elections, when you need AB 1, 2, 3, 4 training, we were gonna combine it, or if we were just gonna do a separate Brown Act, but
Okay.
whatever you guys prefer, we'll do.
And that would be a workshop. That would be like open public workshop.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe as part of AB 1, 2, 3, 4, that'd be a good idea, since we have to do the ethics training. I would like to, I don't know if this is an agenda, an update on the lawsuit against Second Chance Animal Shelter, because that was news to me. And then I have an item I would like to, put on the agenda to discontinue the contracts with Kingsburg and Fowler for, Second Chance Animal, or Selma Animal Shelter, because if Selma's euthanizing for space, they should be focusing on Selma animals, not the animals of other cities. We have consensus for that?
I have a question on that for council. Did we not enter into a contract with a specific end date? And so if we, discontinue, then we would be, liable for ramifications of possible lawsuits because we're not fulfilling our contract. Is that correct?
In line with the termination date. I'm not saying just it's over. I'm saying to terminate the service with Kingsburg and with Fowler, according to the contract's termination clauses. Thank you for requesting that clarification. Does that mean you're giving consensus to putting that on the agenda?
No, because I'm sure it's not over yet. We haven't even been in contract for a year. So it wouldn't even
That's
matter
irrelevant.
about right now.
That's irrelevant.
That is relevant.
You can bring it back when it's up for renewal or what have you, but when it gets close to the termination date, we can bring that up then, but not anytime sooner than that.
Right, I'm bringing it back because Selma's euthanizing for space and they're taking other cities' animals in. Are you good with putting that on the agenda, Mayor Pro Tem? To discontinue? Okay, so you want to keep euthanizing for space and helping out the other animals of the other cities. Got it. Okay, and then I have another one. I would like to get written policies and procedures from the Selma Animal Shelter on all operations. Policies and procedures, including euthanasia.
No.
That's,
Bernie, I'd like to see the contract. I want to see the contract because I thought it was 60 days in regards to the other cities.
6 months with,
6 months.
or could be, I'd have to check it with
Yeah,
Kingsburg.
I'd like to look
Fowler.
at it because we've had Kingsburg for a few months now. I mean, not that I got the votes, but
Oh,
I'd like
no.
to see the contracts.
Oh, I know. I'd like to bring another one. I'd like to bring Second Chance Animal Shelter back to give them a certificate of recognition from the city of Selma. for all the great work that they did as a nonprofit. Do I have consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay.
They're gonna say, sorry.
You would like to
I'm
do that?
shocked.
Bring it back? Okay. All right. We're going to bring that back for certificate of recognition for all the good work that Second Chance Animal Shelter did from 2013 to 2023. And then we'll get a update on the lawsuit too, probably in closed session, I would imagine. Thanks. Okay. Anything else? Okay, with that, we'll move on to departmental report. City manager?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. City attorney?
Nothing to report.
Okay, deputy city manager Keen.
Real short, it was brought up tonight, Crestwood, building permit was issued August 7th for that, following department, development update at the last council meeting. So just because it was brought up, I just felt you guys should be aware of that building permit was issued.
Thank you. Director Venegas?
Report.
Community Services Director Amy Smart?
Yes, one item, I would like to remind everybody that we will be holding our grand reopening ceremony at 10 a.m. this Saturday. And we hope to see you all there.
Fire Chief Webster?
Last week, our department supported Fresno Fire Department with the memorial services for Fire Captain Walt Sickler, who served Fresno Fire for 27 years. Captain Sickler passed away from job-related cancer 2 months after his retirement at the age of 55. He left behind his wife and his 12-year-old son. Cancer is the leading cause of death for firefighters, as we are exposed to many chemicals and products of combustion throughout the course of our careers. And as a fire chief, it is my priority to minimize that exposure to as little as possible. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank council for approving the funding for our department to contract with Pinnacle Training Systems, who is on site this week performing physicals and pre-cancer screening for our staff. And that initiative has found cancer in one of our members a couple years ago, and he's since been the cancer is no longer in his body, which is pretty awesome. So that initiative has been life-changing and super important to me. So thank you guys for supporting us with that.
Thank you. City Clerk, Public Information Officer?
Just a couple of updates. Tonight, I received information from Caltrans that Security Paving has postponed the full lane closures planned for this week due to some unexpected soil conditions. The closures are now expected to happen next week with that date to be determined. Meanwhile, their crews are still working on the guardrails with lane closures in place. The contractor for the Amberwood Sewer Trunk Line is currently working on Pacific Avenue between Saginaw and Nebraska. The road is closed to northbound traffic, but remains open to southbound traffic, with work scheduled through September 6th, barring any delays. City Hall will be closed on Labor Day, and the City Council meeting will be held on Tuesday instead of Monday. So just a reminder to everyone. Additionally, Mid-Valley reported that there will be no service date changes for trash collection due to Labor Day. So a reminder, please place your carts out as usual if your service date is on Monday. That's everything I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Public Works Director Hahn. Big night for you tonight.
What's that?
Big night for you tonight. Been a lot of items. Thank you.
Okay. Brettlinger fence is coming right along. That should be wrapping up in the next week and a half. Salazar Center is completed, and staff will be transitioning from the weed and seed back into that building starting next Monday, which is exciting. Senior Center, as Director Smart said, they are having their grand reopening this Saturday. For that, we will be continuing some work, minor work on the inside. It will not hinder the reopening or actually occupying that building. So we are working through that. Two things I want to address that were brought up tonight, one by a citizen, and that was in regards to street signs, not being able to see them in the area of the Salazar Center, that neighborhood. And I mentioned in the last council meeting that we are actually working on those sign replacements now. That is phase 3 of our sign replacement, which will be the last phase of sign replacement for this calendar year. We will be going back and following up those phase 1, 2, and 3 with new striping. So it will be new signage, new striping in those areas. So we're working on that currently. And the other thing that was brought up was about the stoplight at Floral and Whitson. And I want to just remind council and citizens that staff is working with executive staff at PG&E right now. We have gone up the ladder. City manager and myself met with one of those executive members last Monday. We've discussed the issues that we're having with that stop signal and other signals that we have discussed in previous council meetings. Those things are being rectified. I just want to remind everybody, and I come through that intersection every day. It is very problematic and there's a lot of traffic. There is nothing, zero, that the city of Selma can do at this time. We are waiting for Rule 16 work to be completed by PG&E, which is why we have gone to executive staff to try to get it up the ladder quicker. And until that work is done, the cabinet that's in front of the bubble wash at Chevron, which is part of the county Golden State Boulevard project, cannot be replaced until that Rule 16 work is done. Once that's done, that signal will be functioning. The problem is that the cabinet is so outdated. We've had so many surges from PG&E over the years. The equipment will not function. We cannot turn it back on. It has to stay on manual flash. So.
Thank you, Director. I mean,
That's all I
so I had said we've never had it out this long. You're dealing with a bunch of politicians here. What can we do to go political? Is something that we could try to go up the chain here and go to our representatives, and would that help?
You know, any conversations that can be had with council, of course, would be helpful. But again, we are going through the procedures.
Board of Supervisors, the congressman?
Anything that you could do to help would be, it's
Okay.
not gonna hurt anything, I don't think.
All right.
All I can tell you, sir, is that the PG&E executive staff is working with engineering right now to try to understand what the time constraint is. And as soon as we have that information, I will bring that back to council.
Thank you. All right, Police Commander?
Yeah, just a couple things real quick. Last week was the start of school. We had our officers out there in the mornings and in the afternoons for pickup and drop off. Had no major incidents or anything to report at the schools last week. This week we are having a traffic enforcement detail. So we're gonna have officers rotating through the schools all week long. Today they wrote 18 citations. So just please be mindful of all the pedestrians and the kids getting to and from school. We don't want to write citations, but we want to protect the kids going back and forth. So just slow down and pay attention, please. The new police canine that was purchased by the Selma Police Foundation is about a week out from being on the street. She passed her first certification today, actually, and hopefully she'll be out in the field here in the next week. And then I just want to give a congratulations to Sergeant Alejandro Alvarez. He is currently at the Sherman Block Leadership Institute down in LA, and he's actually graduating Wednesday from that academy. So he's the first sergeant to graduate from there for our department in almost 10 years. So just want to give him an attaboy for that, and that's all I have.
Great, thanks, Commander Cannon, definitely. All right, council reports. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
I just have a couple of things. I attended the ribbon cutting over for Extra Mile. I actually go across town to put gas at that gas station just because it's less expensive. And so it's really good to see that. I really can't wait for our gas station to be on my side of town, off of Dinuba. What else did I do? The maiden voyage. I also went to the ribbon cutting for maiden voyage as well. And a beautiful couple, young couple that opened up that, Robert and Irene. On a personal note, I attended a 10-hour procurement training through my work, and it was, I had been in procurement for about 6 to 8 months already, but it really opened my eyes, and I understand the procurement process a lot better now. And what you go through, and specifically with contracts, when you have significant changes, you have to, if you didn't put it in your RFP for those significant changes, you cannot go back and amend a contract because you didn't give the other bidders or the other proposers that information. So like if, for instance, the alley, like if we're needing to do a proposal for that, then we would have to actually do a request for proposal and take it out to bid on a whole separate issue versus having it part of the contract for Mid-Valley. So that was good to know that I mean, I have confidence in staff. I know we have good staff and very, just very productive staff that it knows what they're doing. So, and the street signs, I actually did see the street signs. I was over in that neighborhood. And so I did see that they were really bright and some of them are really long. So they looked really good. And then I've been meaning to give a shout out to the, trying to think, was it, who put the veteran flags up? I can't remember off the top of my head right now. The Chamber of Commerce were the ones that did those. They look nice and they look nicer even, you can see them, without the trees blocking them. And I've been to Sanger and I've been to other cities where they have them and ours really look good. So I just wanted to just say that. So other than that, just, I don't have anything else. Oh, one more thing, sorry. I wanted to thank Officer Romero for helping me with that young lady. It's more of a, wanting to get services. I know we're gonna have more discussions on this, but my whole purpose of not voting on that is because just the language that was given, I was not in agreement with it. I'm not saying that I'm not in agreement with an ordinance. I just was not in agreement with the way that that it came up. So when I'm interested to see what the ordinance will look like when it gets brought back. But I just wanted to say thank you to Officer Romero. There was another officer, but I didn't catch his name. So thank you.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Like to congratulate the extra mile and the maiden voyage. Attended both of them. The maiden voyage, I went later in the afternoon. Good talk with them and I wish them well. It's we as a community should welcome any business in downtown. It's really hard. And I think that, just us sharing and giving to them is a lot. It's a big investment for them. So for that, I just congratulate them and wish them all the luck. Once again, I just want to tell all the staff, good job. Keep your head up. Keep working hard. Municipal governments are tricky. Everything works for reasons. But when you go home, you have a family to go to. So I tell you guys, congratulations. Keep working hard. Keep your head up. Thank you.
Councilmember Guerra.
Okay. I also attended the maiden voyage ribbon cutting. It was an outstanding event. They really put on a great ribbon cutting. They did great breakfasts. I have to tell you, their bagel breakfasts were outstanding. And my favorite was the raisin bagel with strawberry cream cheese. It's phenomenal. Their coffees are great too. So yeah, it was great to see them. They're doing really well. We really enjoy them being just down the street so we can get our coffees. I also attended the Boys and Girls Club award for Member of the Month, and there was 2 kids that they got Member of the Month, outstanding kids, and we were happy to be part of that. Also, I just want to say, the kids went back to school, and my baby's a senior this year, so it's really near and dear to my heart that she's a senior. It went pretty quick. I do want to say thank you to staff and PD for being out there. They're doing a great job, keeping our citizens safe, and just like Commander stated, 18 citations. It's a lot, because you got these kids that are driving pretty quick, they don't want to follow rules, I guess. But, something has to be done because could be someone's life. But other than that, I think that was pretty much it for me. And that's it.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the staff for all your hard work for the city. I did attend the chevron ribbon cutting also. It's really nice to see all the city staff and Chamber of Commerce to welcome the brand new business. The crispy chicken was pretty good too, so you have to try it out. I also attended the Maiden Voyage ribbon cutting on Saturday morning, and it was very packed with a lot of people. It was nice to see, our people, local people, supporting a local business. It's nice to see that. Also, we have a chamber mixer coming up on Wednesday, and it's going to be at Cho's Kitchen. So everybody's welcome at 5 o'clock. I'm gonna feed you guys dinner, okay?
Okay, Fresno County Planning Commission is having a meeting this Thursday to vote on a conditional use permit for the new cemetery in Selma. The one that's at Floral is down to less than 3,000 graves. The new cemetery will have 27,000 graves, so that will be a big vote. I'll wait on the rest of that and read you my statement here. I'll wait on the other stuff. I'll read the next meeting. Liberty is to faction what air is to fire. When you have true freedom to speak your mind, differing thoughts and viewpoints come out. This is natural. To pretend everyone believes the same and there is no debate is a lie and dysfunctional, like a family Thanksgiving dinner where everyone just agrees and stays silent to keep the peace. Our city is better than that. What people mistakenly call chisme or drama is people freely expressing themselves, which is the cornerstone of our democracy and constitution. You want government to speak one line? Go to China. But in the US and here in Selma, many speak up for what we believe during council meetings, at door-to-doors and online. And candidates who are running for office are exercising their free speech in the districts that they live in. Thank you, everybody, for coming out. Have a good evening, and we'll see you at the next council meeting.